so, please state at this time.
No.
No.
Okay, moving on. Amendment and approval of the draft agenda.
Staff's, whoa. Staff's requesting that y'all remove the parking agenda item since we've encouraged public to show up for that, but now we're discouraging public to show up under the current coronavirus issues. So we'd like to put that off to a later date. But in its place, I'd like to talk to y'all about some protocols for conducting town business under the current state of affairs as well.
So we'll be taking island parking off and moving it, we'll discuss that at the end.
Yeah, we'll put that on a disposition of directives
Yes,
for a
sir.
later date.
Yes, sir. Go ahead with the other comments.
And then add on the COVID-19 protocols for the town in its place.
All right, do you want to go ahead and explain that, sir?
If y'all want to adopt the agenda first.
I move we adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so moved. All right, Mr. Hiram, we'll let you start with this.
Yes, sir. In light of the federal government, the state government telling us to take precautions, many communities in our state are doing some operations to encourage social distancing with their public and also protect their employees and the public at the same time. Some communities are shutting off all facilities to the public during this time period. Some people are doing limited hours of operation for the or limited hours for the public to come in and talk. What I sent to y'all yesterday was a series of protocols for us to start with, and if we go into a state of emergency, further protocols. At this time, I don't think a state of emergency is warranted, with only one case in the county presently, unless that update at 11 o'clock says differently. But in general, the large crux of this would be we'd broadcast our meetings, the ones that y'all decide to hold. We cancel, I'm requesting that we cancel the non-essential town business meetings, ERC, planning board, unless something comes up that they have to meet per regulations in a certain time period, which nothing appears to be on the horizon for that. Any community meetings held here, not allowed. I want to restrict the public to, Councilman Warren. I want to restrict the public to meetings inside the lobbies so that I want to reduce in-person meetings in general, but not altogether. So employees wouldn't be allowed to take the members of the public back to their offices, but they would be allowed to meet with them in the lobbies in the conference room, areas that we can pretty much contain and clean fairly easily. This would allow, if certain people's under certain circumstances needed to, they could telecommute. This would allow for staff to be a little bit more flexible in getting more work done. We could forward our phones, our desk phones to our cell phones, work from home if we have to. I'm encouraging the public to do phone calls and emails instead of in-person meetings, because at this point, what it's largely supposed to do is prevent the risk of exposure or limit the risk of exposure. So less people trafficking through town hall, the less we have to worry about it. The easier it is to clean surfaces, the easier it is to contain for our staff and our people. It's got to wash your hands, everything like that. If an employee's sick, they have to stay home. I don't care what the sickness is. They're just going to stay home. If they can telecommute, they can. If they can't, then you use their sick leave. Avoid crowds. Still leave the park open. Still leave the restroom facilities open at the parks. They're being cleaned twice daily. The beach the same way. But they should be subject to closure at any given moment should anything happen without further notice, so that we can get a handle on situations. And just basically doing what the governor and the president are saying and keeping groups down to less than 10 people and protecting our staff. I know there's a lot here, and I know that some of y'all took it in. Is there any questions about any specific items that y'all got sent on this?
What do we do about being able to meet?
I was going to go over that second. I was going to do the protocols first and then talk about that part after that.
The question I have here is the state of emergency portion. What kind of guidance or conditions would we anticipate? I mean, if the county does a state of emergency, will we do it automatically, or?
My recommendation is if the county does a state of emergency, that we follow suit immediately, and we can have a proclamation ready for the mayor to come in and sign at that moment. That's generic language we've got from hurricanes, so it's not a problem to amend that. My other recommendation is, should we have a case in our town for one of our residents, that we go ahead and implement that as well, even if the county does not. We don't know right now because the testing's still going on for a lot of people. And like I said, the last count we had was just one in the county, right, Chief? Both chiefs. But based on yesterday's phone call, it was still just one case. There's a phone call today at 11 that may change that. But no one's notified the town yet, which is what they are going to do if there is one in that specific community. At least that's what I was told offline. So, but no one's notified us. There's no cases in our town. I don't think there's a state of emergency yet, but that would be the two qualifiers I would say would implement the state of emergency, unless y'all just want to go ahead and do it, if that would make you feel better, but I don't think we're there yet.
I don't think we're there either. I like the idea, do it automatically if the county does it. I think a case, if it's in our own town, I'm not sure, having not been through this before, if there are other contingencies. Do we need to give the mayor any authority to, if he wakes up and says it's time, regardless of having a case in our town, or?
I believe that authority already exists, but if you want to go ahead and consent to that authority, I think it's fine.
Would it be something that we should have a telephone consultation? I'm just asking, the place to do it, or just,
I mean, do you want him to poll y'all to see if you want him to go through it? Is that what you're asking?
yes.
I mean, that's something y'all can establish as well. But, since you're establishing it during an open meeting, that's not a problem. If that's the protocol you want to go through, and I can write that in here.
I think having the members polled would be reasonable.
And that's just if he decides it's time.
Mhm.
Otherwise, the other two conditions, y'all are fine with that as well?
Yes, sir.
I am.
All right. Any other condition you were?
Yeah, I'm fine. Right.
Will these protocols, per normal practice, they'll be put up on the website right away,
Yeah,
highlighted,
any
prominent?
Yeah, any changes y'all make right now, I'll type up and they'll be on the website by the end of the day. We'll put them into effect immediately today, and I'm gonna have a meeting with all the staff to explain measures to them afterwards as well. But yeah, the way I would look at it, we'll post it on Facebook, we'll advertise it on Twitter, we'll get it on the fire department, police department's Facebooks, and the town website, and an email blast. That's the methods I'm aware of that we have to do that, so. And these aren't like, there's a lot here and it's all spelled out, but like I said, most towns, the general gist is limit public interaction, keep your station clean, keep your hands clean. And if people can call in or email, that's our preferred method. Under the state of emergency protocols, that would be a requirement. There will be no in-person meetings. Unless it's like a dire emergency of life and death, and that's gonna be the police showing up at their house, not them showing up at town hall. And each department is also coming up with their ways to handle their own business under this time, because it's too constraining to try to do that at this level. And there's some best practices that other communities are doing, and everybody's sharing information, so. We'll still be operating as normal. People will still be doing their work. It'll just be less interaction with the public physically.
That makes sense to me. I would ask that that you and the town staff would be proactive in making sure that the rest of the council is advised of situations, things that are going on, because people will be curious. They will be either calling us and asking us, or email, so information, lacking personal contact and direct contacts, information flow is critical.
Right, and I feel that, staff's already pretty good about informing y'all when major things happen. I'll tell them a few of the more moderate and minor things that we can't just discuss casually during the week. They can go ahead and email to y'all, maybe some type of weekly update of things that are happening that aren't critical, that weren't an immediate email, if that's acceptable. And we can do a daily kind of thing if there's anything that goes on, but I think, just weekly of regular operations might be fine.
That should work.
I'm good with
I
that.
think that would work.
That's good.
Thanks, Hiram, good job.
Thank the staff.
Do we have to vote on these? Or-
I would prefer that y'all go ahead and just make a general motion to accept these. One more thing to discuss on this part of it is, the way that everything is right now, will be open still 5 days a week to the public. Do y'all want to limit that any further, or is this limitation fine for y'all? Like I said, some communities are going to like 2 days, 3 days a week that they're actually open to the public and still limiting contact during that.
I don't see any need for that at this time.
Yeah,
Okay,
I agree with that.
works for me.
Yeah.
So on these protocols, I'll just need a motion for these.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we accept these protocols as amended and with the conditions for declaring a state of emergency.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Also with this, it's the same thing we did for today. People that don't want to show up, if we do have a council meeting, that y'all still keep, if we still keep council meetings going, it's still subject to be changed based on y'all's whims. That they use the public comments at sunsetbeachnc.gov for those meetings, and their comments will be read in by the mayor. He's agreed to that. So, just like we did today. So moving forward, the next meeting we have, if we're still under these protocols, they can use that to have their public comments read into the record.
Okay. To be clear, if somebody sends us an email and asks us to make a comment,
No,
we will not do that unless they go through this public
right, it
comment
needs to go
channel.
through public comments at sunsetbeachnc.gov. That way we can keep track of it. That way it can be official for the record, and we can, not that y'all would change anything, but we can ensure the validity of the information being passed through, that it's not getting condensed in some manner.
Question? And we're not responding to these, is that correct, just like we do at the meeting?
It's just like any other public comment. If anybody in the community has a question for staff or the council, they can ask that themselves. If they want something as a public comment so it's entered into the record, that's not a Q&A session. That's just, they're getting their public comments into the minutes. So with all that being said, the other part of this is meetings for the council. I know there's concern. There's gray area in the legislation, so some towns have set up some ways of doing electronic meetings and participation. I have not seen any protocols yet at this point for during the state of emergency for a complete absence or a non-quorum being present. All the examples I've found so far involve a quorum being physically present, but the governor is looking into other options during this time. He said on his phone call last week. And the state's put out, the school government's put out another bulletin on open meeting laws and electronic meetings and such. So essentially it boils down to y'all have to decide some type of method that you would like to meet if you're gonna do something other than an in-person physical meeting, or if you're gonna allow someone to remote in, and how it's gonna be set up. Our technological capabilities of doing that and still streaming that person's presence online is a little bit limited to us putting a microphone next to a telephone. It hasn't worked well in the past when we tried to interview one consultant, but we did our best with it. So this is up to y'all for an open forum of how you would like to conduct your meetings moving forward. If you want to conduct your meetings, you're also, some places have gone down that have more than one meeting a month, have gone to one meeting a month as well. But at this time, the methods I've seen, and I'll just break it down for you real quick, are, like I said, none of these are in state of emergency situations. Telephoning in, Skyping in, having a tablet set up where that person, connects to somehow, that's Skyping. Any other type of video conferencing or phone conferencing set up on the cell phone or a conference phone for the chambers. It's how some people have done it. And they let people phone in, and it's debatable on the type of subject matter whether they're allowed to vote or not. It all depends on the policy you set if what you consider to be present. None of these policies have been tested in a court of law in North Carolina. So there's no standard to go by, there's no guidelines to go by, we don't know what's legal and what's not technically until it's challenged. So the state's advised that we can look into this, the state's advised that they doubt anybody would uphold a challenge to it under the current state's state of emergency for us. So whatever y'all are comfortable with deciding, we can stand on. I'll have the attorney review it, and if it passes his scrutiny, we'll move forward with it. If it doesn't, we'll try to figure something else out. But this is up for y'all to figure out how to do it, and for us to write it down and get it reviewed. There's, like I said, there's no bar to measure against.
I think it would be prudent to try to figure out a way, I don't know the correct avenue to do it remotely, given the uncertainty of that which we face right now. I think it would be wise to try to figure out a way to do this remotely if needed. Let's say if, for instance, Sunsets Beach became a hotspot area, and there was something that needed to be addressed immediately, I think that we need to have that capability. That's my personal belief.
Generally, I agree with that as well. The other thing, I thought I heard that Wilmington had figured out some way to do it.
Wilmington has an established protocol themselves, which I haven't gotten a copy of yet, but they have a policy in place. All the towns that currently have something in place have something that's just not been challenged. So there's no standard.
And they have the technology to
And
support
they
it.
definitely have the technology to support it, especially since they broadcast to a TV station.
Do we know what the technology is? I mean, is it
No.
something that you can just import easily, or is it something that,
Like I said, the best thing that we can figure out that we have is a microphone next to a telephone. We're
No,
not savvy enough with our technology other than streaming straight to YouTube, as in bringing in other streamers to connect into that stream if you were streaming from the house. So
no,
people
but do
can
we
still
know what
see
they
it.
do?
No, I don't. That's
Oh,
what I
you
just
don't know.
said. The only thing that we have is a telephone and a microphone. So I've had 3 days to try to figure out, because Wilmington just advertised Sunday that they have something in place. No one is responding on these kind of things right now because everybody else is in emergency mode. So information's not exactly shareable on the high interest rate at this point.
Council of Government doesn't have any knowledge of what they do?
They haven't responded to me on it. I haven't directly contacted them yet. I mean, I can if you want. I've been busy doing a bunch of other stuff at this point.
No, I understand.
But what I've found out is the policies have already been set in place and adopted, written, and approved by their attorneys before they've approved them at the council level. We don't have that. The policies are not set up for everybody to be gone. Almost every one of them requires some type of quorum that I've seen. Of the 4 I've been able to find, they all require quorum at town hall for the meeting. And the person calling in is usually sick with the flu or something like that. And they're only voting on important issues. And to be completely honest with y'all, what we have on our agenda right now, the only important thing that we need going on is budget. Unless something really does come up that needs some type of major practice, I think they'll forgive us for doing a conference call.
Yeah, that
If
was
that's
my
what you wanna
question.
set up.
Anything that comes up, that, in the usual circumstance, it would have been a big thing about the public coming in and speaking and all. I think we need to put that off until we get this straightened out. I mean, we just can't have any major things going on without true public input.
Right, and I think the protocols were designed to help prevent some of that.
Yes, sir.
But, and I'm not trying to be rude in this matter, budget is our priority right now because we've cleaned up a lot of stuff on the agendas. We don't have much on our disposition of directives. There's not much coming up. So the only thing I can think of that y'all would have to meet for, outside of budget stuff, would be an emergency situation. And when you do the emergency called meeting, you establish them during that advertisement how you're gonna meet.
Let me ask you, since we're all here together, of course, Miss Jan's sick today, so she wasn't able to. But with that being said, and looking at our directives like you and I have been looking at, where we have very, very little on it, do we want to go ahead and set it up at least through April maybe, and even into May, about just having the first of the month meeting, and go ahead and cancel the second one? Do we want to go ahead and look at that? And then if something comes up and we need to call a special meeting, then we could do that. But as of right now, at least for the April, for sure, go ahead and say that'll be the only meeting unless things change down the line and, you know, things are lifted and everything goes in the right direction again. Would it be safe to go ahead and do that, or do we need to go ahead and leave it in place and play it step by step?
That all depends on the involvement of budget. It's gonna push our budget calendar back a little bit, which is fine. We can work through May on most of it. But I don't think there's a problem in that. And like I said, for those who don't want to be here, we've done it in the past for conference call, or for thing, we can set up a phone. That's not the problem. The problem is your level of being able to participate.
will
I
be
don't mind it being
unless
challenged.
I'm dead, I'll be here, and if you wanna come in and run that machine right there, we'll make sure it gets broadcast out, they can call in, that's fine. I will be here.
That works. I mean, if y'all want to set up presently a policy that you'll allow people to call in to be considered participating in this meeting, that's all we need to set up. And then we'll write up the policy, give it to the attorney, let him be ready to challenge, or defend it.
What do you, Councilman, what's your opinions on this?
Just a question. So could we have discussion via conference call
At an advertised meeting,
if we're talking about budgets?
no, I would not do that. I
So-
wouldn't advise everybody to be on a conference call so we can talk about budget. I don't think that's fair to the public.
So it's a public participation problem, you're saying?
For me, that would be. I don't think that's fair to the public when budget is designed to be a very public-involved process, or at least public-reviewed process. That would be my preference. Now, that's up to y'all. Y'all can do that if you want to. My advice is no. But I'll do whatever you tell me to do.
Well, looking at the calendar in April, we have, on the 6th and the 13th, budget meetings. And then the council meeting on the 21st. When do we vote on the budget?
June.
June?
Yeah, right now it's slated to, we'll have a draft budget at the first meeting in May, and then we'll advertise the public hearing for June, the first meeting in June. We have to have the draft budget put together for us to advertise the public hearing, because the moment we advertise the public hearing, the public's allowed to view the whole document. So we have to have a document prepared. If y'all give us enough information today and feedback on the budget, I'm fairly sure that we can give you a very competent draft budget to be presented at the May 4th meeting for y'all to advertise a public hearing, and then we can still have meetings during May to fine tune it a little bit more. It's just not preferred to do it that way, because once you put the draft one out, it should be the last thing until the public comments. But then after the public comments in June at the first meeting, we have the rest of June to do meetings and budget meetings and flesh it out before the end of June. So we've got time to do budget in person, hopefully. So that's okay to move those April meetings out.
Well, I think for now, the way things stand, I prefer to do it in April unless something happens but that's just my opinion.
How does the council feel about going back to the one meeting per month option?
My view is not so much to lock in a one meeting per month, but try to maintain a degree of flexibility. I mean, for example, right now, it looks like on the evening April 6th meeting, we really don't have much substance or agenda. And if we give good guidance out today on the budget, we probably don't need to get together at that time. My thoughts that we should plan on attempting to have a meeting on the 21st, the second meeting of the month, and have a budget session included with that, and have responses to whatever discussion we have today on the budget be presented and discussed then, so there's a chance to work with it. Again, we also have the unknown situation that we may be canceling meetings because of, if the state goes into a 2 or 3 week lockdown, those are issues that we still have to deal with. but I don't think we need to have meetings on the 6th. I think feeding us budget information several days before the 21st would give us a chance to look at that and process that and make some adjustments without trying to do all of it on the first meeting of May. You know, and then hopefully we can have a first meeting in May. But on the 21st, we could decide what we need to do next, where we need to go.
I will also have revenue information presented to,
As of the, by the 21st?
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I could, with direction, I can have a draft budget that we can really look at by the 21st.
Yeah, it'd be critical to be looking at this in terms of what we want, what we can actually pay for. And so that would be my suggestion.
Okay, I may have the wrong information in my calendar, but on the 6th, I have a budget at 3, and on the 13th at 1.
And
Right.
and I'm saying we don't need those. If we
Okay.
do a good comprehensive discussion, providing guidance to staff this morning, we can leave staff plenty of work to do to put all of it together with revenues and send that back to us so that we can discuss it on the 21st. And that would be having it by the end of the week before that, at least.
I'd be all right either way.
I think that's good.
Fine.
Now, will you be allowing council members to phone in?
For the 21st?
Yeah.
I think that should be left yet to determine to see what goes on between now and then, 'cause you're talking,
But do we have
I need y'all
to,
to decide at an open meeting how to proceed if you're not gonna do it in an open meeting session. So y'all need to make that decision today if we're not having another meeting until the 21st.
How about
how about
How about we
giving,
set it up if needed?
The point being, that-
mine, how about can we set it up is dependent on conditions. The mayor, in conjunction with the town administrator, can determine whether to be a call-in meeting or an in-person meeting on the 21st.
for policies reasons,
Yeah.
I need to have a policy in place that if someone challenges it goes to court, we have something defensible. So policy-wise, are y'all okay in times of, uncertainty and of this type of nature to let council members phone in and be considered part of the quorum? I just need a yes or no.
Yes.
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 All right, I'll draft up a policy, email it to y'all and the attorney, and make sure he has his eyes on it and he can tweak it how he needs to. If y'all agree that
Yeah.
that's how we'll set up.
I mean, and there's some of the things that come into play. If the governor has us on a statewide lockdown, then we shouldn't be coming to a meeting, then we should be calling in, And if we declare, if the situation is such that we've declared a state of emergency,
Right,
we should be calling in and having a call-in meeting.
Typically, though, when we're in states of emergency,
Yeah.
this council doesn't usually meet in the past. It usually forgoes its meetings and lets the mayor and the administration run the town, unless there's some reason that we have to get together. Of course, our states of emergency don't usually last more than a week. So,
Yeah.
So if we want to have a meeting, then we can have it via call-in.
right, but what I'm saying is it'll be advertised as an emergency meeting if we're under a state of emergency.
Right.
It wouldn't be on one of our regular meetings. We probably cancel the regular meeting and only meet as emergency. So at that point, I think a conference call would be fine for everybody, under a state of emergency. What I'm talking about is different, though. This is, if we're not under a state of emergency, you still want to call in,
Yes, we already.
we have
said
to have a
yes.
policy set for that separate.
Okay. So if we're not in a state of emergency, we'll permit the scheduled council meeting to be attended by a call-in, and that will count for being part of a quorum.
Right,
And if members select to attend in person, that would be okay too.
yeah.
So it'd be the council members' discretion of whether we call in and be counted, or whether we physically show up and be counted.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And all you have to do is work out the technology to make it work.
Yeah. Microphone on telephone. Other places usually save the person who's electronic as the last vote. Go through your ayes, go through your nays, and then call specifically that council member for their vote, just so you know. I'll probably put that in there just for cleanliness.
That's reasonable.
Yes.
I figured we'd do that at disposition of directives. Unless, well, we can go ahead and do it now if you want a motion to cancel the next three. Well, is it
That'll be
three?
the two budget meetings and the April sixth meeting,
Yeah.
correct? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we'll be canceling the sixth and both those budget meetings, which is the sixth and the 13th.
Right.
Looking at coming back April the 21st, 2020, for our next regular scheduled council meeting in regards to what happens between now and then. Okay,
So that included the April 13th, 1 o'clock budget meeting.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
April 21 at 9. Any other operational concerns or questions?
Not for a half an hour.
Everybody good? Okay. Moving on, be our public comments time on agenda items only. The public comments that I have in hand are all that does not pertain to what is on the budget now. Some of them are about the parking, and since we have moved that off, we would read that at the end instead of now. So, Mr. Marziano, if you want to check and see if we have anyone.
Do you have public comments on the agenda items? I do. Yeah, the parking's been moved to the end, but it's not on the agenda anymore, it got taken off, so it'll be read at the end. Parking got taken off the agenda, so it'll be read, those comments will be read at the end. Oh, that's fine. Do you have anything about the agenda on the current? No, all right, thank you.
No public comments. We'll be moving on to old business, our Arbor Day 2020 proclamation. I want to recognize Mr. Rademacher. Would you come forward with this presentation?
You have to turn that on, thing.
Maybe? Hello? Hey,
You're good.
there we go. What you guys have in front of you is a standard proclamation for the Tree City USA certification that we're looking to get this year. Part of the standards, the 4 standards that we have to meet, of course, is to recognize the program and have a formal proclamation moving this forward as a recognized event here in the community. So the ERC and myself put that together, like I said, using the standard Arbor Day, Tree City USA format. Just looking for you all to approve it so we can keep moving this program forward.
Are we going to plant a tree on the 24th?
More than likely, yes.
What kind of tree where? Just,
It depends on if
you
we
can
can.
work that out.
It might just be me planting a tree, depending on the situation.
But we won't do it in groups of 10 or more.
Just me,
Yeah,
I'll
just
dig the
Todd.
hole, you put it in the ground.
separate times.
So that being said, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to new business. A resolution authorizing sale of property. Town Administrator Marziano.
Yeah,
Or-
this,
Or does Tara want to do it on the thing, on the agenda it says you, but I see Tara on our paper.
no, it's fine, it's just a resolution, putting these items out for surplus. It's just that time of year again to remove some of our inventory and open it up to people to bid on. And this list will be posted, as always, and advertised. So I'm just looking for
Aye.
a motion to approve.
I have a motion. I move that we authorize the sale of the property listed in the budget, in the draft.
Can I ask one question, please?
Yeah.
So these items that are listed, none of them are up for the budget consideration, so we're not going to put ourselves in a hole like, I see some radios and things. These
No,
aren't-
it's the ones that have already been replaced, that kind of thing. This is just old equipment that's already been pulled off.
Okay, thank you.
That was my question. So,
Yeah, we wouldn't get rid of something we're using, regardless of what we think we might be using later. That stuff that we would replace in the coming up budget would be on the next surplus next year. Maybe not the next one, but after the new item is in.
Understood.
Yeah.
So we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Moving on, our deposition of directives for April the 6th meeting, well, that's obviously been canceled.
Yeah.
So we will look now to, if we have anything for our April the 21st meeting.
I think all this will just be moved to April 21st. And I think we're going to try to have Mr. Neal here to talk about dredging.
So the ADA transition plan will be moved to the 21st meeting.
Yes, sir.
As of right now. And dredging, where we were supposed to have Mr. Neal in the 6th, we will look to move that to the 21st. And we'll just call that dredging update. And then as the parking, we're not gonna set a date for that yet.
I'd want it to be as public participation as possible, and if we're still under possible measures on the 21st, still don't think that'd be a good idea. The measures, like, I guess I forgot to say it earlier, my proposal for these protocols is at least until the May meeting to figure out if we need to be extended after that point. So I would say the 21st is still gonna be,
So at the
Public stay away.
earliest would be May on that, right
Yeah.
now, at the earliest.
sometime in May.
So it is moved on down, okay.
We'll just put unknown.
Is there, you said we'll do the ADA transition on the 21st, so
Yeah.
that there's no critical timeline yet?
No, it's something that they've been wanting people to do over the last few years, that they've been trying to get people to do it, and, most communities are up to the point where they're just now starting to, get theirs finalized, written, and adopted. This has already been a 1.5-year process for us in the first place. Another couple of months isn't really gonna matter. And that's it. I mean, I don't know of anything else.
Any other comments?
Nope.
No.
All right.
Nope.
Do you wanna see if they have public comments first
That's
before you
what I'm
read?
fixing- Yeah. Next up will be our public comments for anything. He's gonna check with that, and then we do have some to read.
And the 3-minute guideline applies also to the reading?
He's gonna read some of the ones that were submitted. Do you wanna read your own? Well, whichever is easier. Okay, there's a microphone. State your name and address. Everything's been here, been sprayed already, I'm just ready here.
Nobody has
Yeah,
anything.
Mr. Serrato, he didn't turn the microphone on.
So he's gonna do his that he wrote out here.
There you go.
Gentlemen,
Yes, sir.
Can you turn the speakers on? I think it's the speakers.
fellow. Oh, is there a TV? Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes.
These are my public comments. The first is about parking. Several years ago, the town was approached to determine if there was interest in purchasing land for island parking. Last year, both Councilwoman Ms. Harris and I suggested exploring available land for town citizen beach parking. We were told by island homeowners, Councilman Corbett, Nern, and Benton, that there was plenty of parking on the island and that the citizens could use Mr. Kaplan's pay-to-park lot, and that it would be too expensive to purchase land without performing a financial analysis. Our vision was simple but ignored. Use paid parking in the public areas to underwrite the cost of the land. credit card kiosk parking can be an excellent revenue source without adding to our overhead. We also need to understand the realities that cause our parking pressures. The excessive and continuing development in our town and region, and the excessive number of cabana day trippers that flock to the only and the smallest beach in our region that allows cabanas. The parking problems created by the cabana policy is directly linked to our parking pressures. You can't solve one without the other. Expanding parking to side streets will create safety problems and will anger the property owners. Sight lines for driveways will not exist. Regarding dredging, the dredging permit was denied. This topic is not even on the agenda today. I also find it strange that when the CRC approved the variance, it was a head-of-page topic of the website. And when the USAC denied the permit, it was buried with the other dredging documents. For the future, erosion that has recently caused the ugly-looking sandbag placement for the first time in the history of Sunset Beach to fortify Palm Cove was predicted several years ago by coastal scientists. This is only one of the many red flags that the USACE has been raising. Instead, the council ignored the red flags and the USAC demand letter dated January 31st, 2020, and applied for a costly variance on February 12th. After 5 years and spending $500,000, we are once again at the starting gate. Does the town still wish to dredge?
Mr. Serrato, you have about 5 seconds, sir, if you.
I
would like to
can't
go
hear
in,
you.
or- You have approximately 5 seconds to go into the,
I will
the next
defer.
part, or if
I
you'd
will
like to
de-
defer
you
to
have-
another
I
meeting.
I gave you a copy of the budget comments that I have. I hope you read them and bring your erases. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any other ones out there? Okay. Who's this one? Fred Thorne. Please state his name and address for us.
Good morning, Fred Thorne, 1790-4 Queen Anne Street, Sunset Beach, North Carolina. Happy St. Patty's Day. I can't see you, you can't see me. A couple of questions. This goes back to some previous meetings. Concerning the UDO, has the UDO been updated to address apartments? Is it being addressed? And if it is being addressed, is there a timeline to address? Second question, is this town, small town of Sunset Beach, going to become a apartment-rich community? There have been plans that I will share with you for Summerwood Apartments. Those are at 0 Seaside Road, 84 units, 3 buildings, 409 residents potential. It's on an 8-acre tract. An agreement was signed to purchase that tract for $1.2 million on January 22nd. Many errors in the application to the North Carolina Housing Authority. One is the mayor's name. They have his name, his last name is Smith. Secondly, it says it's on a public, it has public access. That is not correct. The access proposed is from a private road in Sunset Beach. Throughout the application, in many places, it mentions low income throughout the application. Monthly rents for a one-bedroom apartment will start at $315 $375. Three-bedroom from $435. Two-bedroom from $375, correction. A one-bedroom from $315. Site plans, floor plans, etc., all are dated January 16th, 2020. My question is, has the town been notified about this? And if so, when? And also, this is a project that is being proposed by the developer of Artesa Village. The proposal proposes again to fill in some wetlands. I've observed for the last 3 or 4 months how much fill has been brought into the Artesa Village site to fill wetlands. As a matter of fact, they're still doing it. So those are my concerns. Last time it was not addressed. Apartments were not addressed in the UDO. Has it been addressed? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Zero Seaside Road.
Is that everyone from the back? Yep. All right, moving on, these are more public comments that have been sent in through our email to the town, which is the method that we need to use for the foreseeable future right now. Starting off first will be Mr. Montgomery Perfetti, sent in one. There was a budget question, dredging slash. How much has been spent from Sunset Beach taxpayer funds for costs related to this dredging project? Second question, will affected property owners be assessed an amount which will enable the town to recoup these funds during the fiscal year in order the amount expanded may be returned to the current budget? That was Mr. Montgomery Perfetti. Next up, let me put my glasses on, I'm struggling. I can't see, I'm in between. I can, but I can't. Gracious. Next up is Mr. Bob Farrell, and his island parking comments. I request the town consider the following: modifying our existing UDOs to include the requirement that any new residential permits include the requirement to provide island parking equal to number of residents / units approved. E.g., 100 units will need 100 parking spaces, or pay X dollars to shuttle transportation fund times 25 years. So if fee were $100, then cost would be $2,500 per unit. To protect our small town feel, we need to shift the financial burden for expansion from the existing taxpayers, most of whom are retired, to the developers. Second comment, work out a deal with Seatrail to use their parking lot as a staging area to establish a shuttle service from the Seatrail Convention Center parking lot to the beach. Have it be for residents only, similar to how evacuation reentry passes used to work. Have a larger open-top trailer attached to the shuttle for beach chairs, umbrellas, etc. Or use something like a contract with Greyhound Bus Company, or use the under storage compartments. Maybe a schedule in season of leaving Seatrail parking lot every hour on the hour from 8 to 3 and returning from 10:30 a.m. until 6:30 p.m. on the half hour. Some type of shuttle service would be wonderbar, but I think he means wonderful. The island has been very limited in space. Thank you for considerations, Bob Farrell at 571 Sea Lakes Boulevard Southwest. Next up, from a Henry Brandt, and it is an island parking issue comment. There are countless public destinations in the United States that do not guarantee available parking, and people accept the notion of first come, first served. Sunset Beach Island does not guarantee parking spots for every vehicle seeking one. It does not have a parking problem. There are relatively few days each year when demand exceeds the availability supply of the parking spots. As a result, parking on the island is self-limited activity. When arriving vehicles are unable to find parking places, they leave the island. Please don't allow anyone to create a problem when none exist. What Sunset Beach doesn't need is a parking permit, paid parking, parking meters, or more studies and paid consultants. It is too easy for the town to spend other people's money on consultants, but in this case, there is simply no need to pursue a parking study or parking options. Parking meters, for example, don't increase the number of available parking spots. It's time for the town council to drop the subject and leave it alone. We simply don't need to waste any more of the council's energy on this non-problem. Thank you, Mr. Henry Brandt, and there was no address on this one. That is all of them that were sent in through our email for our town of public comments. We have one more that was sent in and addressed to the councilman that I had asked about earlier. And you got another one?
Mr. Serrato wanted to know if you would read that into the
Okay.
record.
Excuse me for that. Let me limit that, and then we're gonna go, Mr. Serrato has asked for the second part of his to be read. So I will read that now.
Didn't he have his 3 minutes?
It's a different subject.
Yeah.
You got 3 minutes.
One 3-minute per public comment session.
Mr. Sherrod knows the rules.
With that being said, this will have to wait till the next public comment section. All right. Getting back to what I was saying, there was an email sent out to all the councilmen last night. It did not come through the proper protocol that we have asked for, but I would think due to this problem that has arose here in this last few days, that it would be all right to read this. If I have any objection from council, I won't, but it won't take but just a few minutes. Do I have any?
Go ahead, read it.
All right, this is from Richard Hilderman, PhD, there's no address. Mayor and council members, we now know that the town must submit a new application to both USACE and DCM. This dredging project has been an ongoing controversy, for the last 4 years. By my calculations, as of 2/23/19, the total cost of the project was $437,292. Sunset Beach taxpayers' share was $145,764, and the North Carolina taxpayers' share was $291,528. After all this time and money, we are not anywhere near getting the permit approved. In the 1/31/20 letter from the USACE sent to the town, the court outlined serious concerns and requests that the town address the concerns with data within 30 days. In my opinion, the draft response the town presented to the USACE at the at the 3/4/20 did not adequately address all the court's concern. I suspect this was the reason the permit was withdrawn. With all this in mind, I don't understand town administrator's statement that the town plans to submit the application ASAP. What is the rush? I suspect the earliest dredging can start will be the winter of 2021-2022. It seems to me the prudent thing to do before any additional town or state funds are invested in this project would be to have an open forum where the general public can participate in discussing the pros and cons of the dredging project, followed by a survey sent to all citizens. Due to the recent serious erosion problems occurring in the Tubb Inlets area, it is critical to determine the impact of navigational channel in SJC will have on future erosion and flooding before deciding on whether or not SJC should be dredged. When deciding on the recent dredging project, OIB held workshops and a citizen survey before deciding if it was feasible to proceed with the dredging project. So why can't Sunset Beach do this? The only reason I can come up with for not doing is that the council is not interested in input from all the citizens and the property owners of Sunset Beach. That was his. I think that's all the public comments, unless there's any more. I think that's all that we have. There's just a couple other things that I'd like to, address that us citizens, and I know the councilman have been addressed to this. I have talked to Police Chief Claymore, and it's, in regards to an airboat. And Chief, if you could speak on that for just a second. I know we've called and you've mentioned that there's no laws in fact, but if you would just give our citizens a briefing on that right quick.
I've also been contacted by numerous citizens, both through email, through our Facebook page, and in person, and we are aware that this vessel is out there, and when it's in the waterways, it's, as long as it's lit, it's allowed to be there. As I've mentioned to several councilmen and some of the citizens, that just by the nature of its design, it's propelled by a very, very large fan. It's going to be loud. It's not doing anything that's contrary to what's allowed on the water. We do have an ordinance that may cover it, which would be a sound decibel. But the way this reads is that there's an exemption in here that says noises, hold on a second, I must have scrolled past it, I want to make sure. Any other noise resulting from activities of a temporary duration otherwise permitted by law are exempt. So if the boat is simply passing by and it's of a temporary duration, then that would be exempt from this noise decibel level statute. In order to find somebody in violation of the decibel level, first thing that has to happen is we have to be invited on someone's property in order to use the sound meter. We can't stand in the street and use it. So if someone that lived on the waterway called and said, hey, this airboat's behind my house, it's making an obscene amount of noise, they would have to allow us onto their property to take, and I misspoke earlier when I talked to Councilman Corbett, 3 consecutive readings of 30 seconds in duration. There is an exemption there too, that if the noise is, if we're unable to get those readings because it would be passing by, that, or that it stops once we're there, that we could still find them in violation of this chapter. However, the exemption that says if it's a temporary in duration, that it's exempt. So it's about as clear as mud on what we can do with this airboat. I want to find a resolution. I would like to at least, if we can, find a way to talk to these individuals and say, hey, look, you know, is there another spot that we can do this? Because we're getting a lot of complaints. If we don't have the backing of the ordinance or any state statute, I'm kind of conflicted on having a law enforcement presence go to these folks and say, hey, look, let's be reasonable here. Can we do this? I don't want to overstep my bounds. And then again, the issue comes, of course, is my best resource is to stand at the water's edge and kind of wave my arms and hope that they come to me. Otherwise, we're having a shouting match over a large fan, which is going to be problematic. So that's what we're up against. Again, anybody that's on the waterway that I've talked to, they say you know, it's there for a little bit and then it's gone. You know, if it falls under that temporary exemption, then there's nothing we can do, unfortunately.
Thank you, Chief.
Do you have a question?
Yes,
Or-
any discussion?
Tom, you have one?
Just an additional piece of information there. I called because they came up the feeder canal the other night. Not the first time. They were gigging, and I thought they were gigging flounder, which is not permitted at this time of year. So I called 911 and they got in touch with Marine Fisheries, who actually went to the guys. They were going after mullet, not flounder.
Okay.
They spoke to them and said they weren't doing anything illegal, but they did go and approach them.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a similar, you know, for us to know exactly what they're doing, we'd have to almost board the vessel and find out what it is that they're doing.
Yeah.
And again, we don't have one of the resources to get there.
So our general noise ordinances, do they have a time frame? I know like bands can't play unless they have a permit and things like that. This individual's been out at 10:30 at night, things like that. Would that be something we could apply at that point?
The pressure level changes after 11 p.m. That's what's in our ordinance. So same thing for a sound pressure. We would have to it would vary depending upon the time of day.
I have a related question. Is there anything in our ordinance or Water Resource Commission ordinances about the speed of the boat and the wake created when they're inside the canals and inlets?
The only thing that we have is for a personal watercraft.
Yeah, the
which
personal
this-
watercraft says 6 miles per hour and basically making headway speed and no wake.
Correct,
And,
but that wouldn't apply for this vessel.
yeah.
So as far as the state, I'm not sure.
Because the wake is also an issue, not just the sound late at night.
Is this a commercial vessel?
I don't
They are
believe so.
commercial fishermen. That's what the fisheries people told me.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The only other thing, with our protocols going into place, I'll discontinue mayor office hours for the time being, but if anyone, the citizens needs to get in touch with me, 864-219-8810 is my number. I can come to you, you call me, we can meet somewhere, or you just, anything you need, I just want you to know I'm still here to listen to you. And moving on, we'll move to adjourn, if nothing else needs to be said. Does anybody have anything?
I move we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
And we're going to go into the budget workshop in a minute,
5 minutes, yeah, let's,
5 minutes. Lisa wants me to close town hall to the public.
Want to call our budget meeting back to order? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This will be a continuation of the 2021 budget workshop. Ms. Tara, you have the floor, our finance lady.
So I think that what, is that, yeah. This is really for us to get some direction from you after you heard the department reports and, what they presented to you, and to get some of your thoughts and kind of give me direction. That there's a page that I tried to incorporate everything from the departments. I think it's on tab 3, and it's like the 3rd page in there. I do know that I have a mistake on that page. For the total additional capital under the police department, that should have been 239,115, and then the total for the police department was 407,348.
Which,
Page 3 on tab 3.
okay.
What all the blocks are.
Where the
Yeah, the
blocks are.
blocks.
Okay, because they weren't numbered. Okay. So on the police department, what was the problem?
So I had reformatted this to try to make it look better, and I deleted a line. So under where it says total capital, there's a blank spot. That should be 239,115. And then the total for the police department was 407,348. That is included, I believe, in the total additions from all departments, all the way over to the right. I didn't really realize that ahead of time, that it wasn't right on there. But this is just kind of like an overview of everything that was given to you, just so you could kind of see it laid out there. It's not going to match the departments specifically, because some departments did make like decreases in the things that they currently had before I put this entire thing together. And just so that you know, this is very, very rough draft. There is mistakes in it. I know that. I tried to get it out as quick as I could to you. So this is really for you guys to give me your direction,
Yeah, this
your
is,
thoughts per department.
and this sheet right here is just basically a summary of everything we went over at the department head presentations. If we're gonna talk about departments individually today, I'd like to start off with the fire department, since there's a phone call at 11 o'clock he's gonna participate in with the county. So, or we can save him for after that phone call, either way. think originally the plan was to go through order that's in the tabs here. But, because of the phone call and the situation, I want him to be able to go listen in.
It's tab 9, if that's what you wanted to.
Just a comment, Hiram. So when I go through this, it's very hard to tell what's essential and what's not.
Okay?
Based on what I see here, and I'm not a finance guy or anything, but it looks like that if we went with everything that was asked for, we're at an 11% increase in the budget, which would represent about a 4-cent tax increase.
Right, that's why,
So, well, the point is that we can cut and slash and say, I don't understand why you need this or why you need that, but it should really be the starting point for the department to say, you know, what's essential and what's not. To help me say, yeah, this makes sense.
but they're here to answer those questions now. So under their department, we're gonna call that department head up to sit here and go over that with you.
Okay, the other point is, I think under the circumstances that we're facing now, there's a lot of things that are variable coming up in the next year. Just the one thing that I have, you know, firsthand knowledge of, I'm already getting cancellations for rentals. So we know that accommodations taxes are gonna change. There's people that are out of work now that had been employed. So I think we need to be very careful about what our assumptions are and what we say we're gonna do.
And also remember, accommodations tax for us is always variable.
No, I understand.
We don't, we estimate a guesstimate that's pretty much an average of previous years.
This is just kind of one of those examples, like, this actually happened right after I had given you the presentation saying that accommodation tax, I mean, this is an unexpected variable, but that's like hurricanes.
No,
It's the
I was only
same-
bringing it up because that's what I have firsthand knowledge of.
Right, I understand, and I just want to also point out that regardless of the public perception, accommodations taxes not make up a lot of our income.
I understand. I'm just trying to,
I'm just trying to say, if we get to the point where we won't know how that's coming in until after the year starts, the season will practically be over by the time we figure out if that's coming in a lot less or not. So all it's really gonna do is hinder operations next summer, at which point we'll just cut back as we need to make sure that we stay within budget.
yep.
I usually do pretty conservative on accommodations tax as well, to start with.
Okay.
And as a reminder, again, like we said last time, we're generally conservative with revenues and liberal with expenses, and then and we align the budget that way. So the expenses should be a little bit inflated to make sure that we don't go over budget, and the revenues will be a little bit under what we might think they should be, so that we also don't run the risk of going over budget. So, I mean, my guess was to start this and do department to department and let you go over and ask your questions of them, let them justify their expenses, unless y'all have a different format that y'all wanted to go through.
I'm fine with that.
Fine with that.
I'd sort of like to just comment with a overview comment.
Okay.
Go into that, and it kind of follows what Tom said. I mean, as we go through here, we have requests based on the last sessions for at least 7 new positions that comes in, which increase our, just a base budgeting requirement for a long period of time, as long as we have that. And included in that also are 3 promotions, which also increase cost. So that's particularly an area to be addressed to justify those. Then tied in with those, we have 7 new vehicles, trucks, basically, pickup trucks. Of which 5 of them are new to the budget being added in, and 2 of them are replacing vehicles that'd be going out of service. So again, there's a need there. There was a list of capital improvements, tools, equipment, and things like that that needed to be put in, as well as a number of studies. So along with, Tom, you said succinctly what is essential. I'm sort of looking at essential being absolutely needed. The others would be good improvements that they'd like to have that would overall benefit the programs. And then I'd like them to also identify which of these requests can be, have a minimal impact if they're deferred. And so for the department heads to start off with saying, okay, I can really do without this, because I came up with at least a 5 to 6% tax increase that would be required to cover this budget. And that's absolutely way too much.
Right.
Under any circumstances.
And again, as explained last time, this was everything that they would like to have, period.
Yeah,
And it's y'all's responsibility, the way we did the format this time was to determine if you think this is good for the community as a whole or not. They're still coming up here to give you their priorities and whatnot, but it still should be y'all's decision what you feel their priority is a priority or
Yeah.
not.
yeah, but they did not explain priorities
I
in the
understand.
first session. And that's what I would like to hear today, is
Right.
what are those absolute priorities, and put a pecking order that's in there.
And this kind of shows you what it looks like in each department's budget as a whole.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I don't want to see a increase in taxes. And first, I want to say, Sunset Beach has never had a revenue neutral policy. Never. And our tax rate has been kept artificially low for political reasons and the refusal to face the town's future needs. And I think this council should address that. There was never a capital fund for any of these needed vehicles. We have to look at the future for that. And really, I hate to suggest this, but we need these vehicles. We need the personnel. And again, I hate to suggest that, but maybe one way to do that is go into the reserve fund one time to make some of these purchases and hire some of these people and make sure we budget for a capital fund for future needs. That's all.
Any other general statements, or do y'all want to get in with one of the departments?
Let's do it.
All right, and just for clarity's sake, no one on staff is advocating a tax increase. This is how the budget process always works. We start off big and we whittle down, even if we have to whittle more from one area to make an increase in a different area. So just for public's sake that's watching, this is the start of the process. All right, fire department? Too close to call? After the call then? All right, we'll start with, what's the first tab?
Town
Council.
council,
All right, we'll start with tab 4 then.
it's tab 4.
What's a priority?
So this has a decrease in it because it's not an election year. We didn't increase anything.
Y'all
So
didn't
this is
indicate.
if you guys see anything that, for town council's budget, that you believe needs to change. We left, a little bit in there for training, and travel if needed. Or maybe I put the notes in the best I could for some of these. The $100 under the uniforms is like for nameplates or name tags, it's just a small amount. I mean, there's not, the dues and subscriptions, as they come in and as our, population numbers change, those numbers change, so you could see a change in that number in the next, draft budget as they come in.
On the liability insurance, is that cover the whole
Right
town?
now, that is just an estimate. I don't have,
I mean, but what does that cover? I mean, who, just the council itself, or?
well, the liability is like, the property and liability insurance, so it's all the buildings, all the properties,
Okay.
Vehicles.
But
It's split between the departments.
So you've got it.
This is
you-
y'all's
you-
share of
You have the
liability insurance.
town's liability insurance allocated per department.
Right,
Okay.
but this is like very rough estimate right now.
Okay.
But keeping in line with previous years, it's probably right, give or take a couple $100, not a couple thousand.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. I don't have any more questions on the town council. I think that's,
so the next, one is administration.
Tab 5. Under here, we did put in the requests that I was making during the
Yeah, there,
presentation last week for the website, for the studies, but not the public facility improvements. Those will be under public infrastructure.
yeah, it's kind of, I labeled it as much as I could off to the right-hand side. I know the writing's small. But like in the salaries part, that 75,000 was for the economic director that was presented. And then if you go down, professional services has, the ACA reporting cost, that would stay in there. That's a small amount. Then the website, parking study, benefit study, and marketing plan is all on that, professional services, and then the attorney fees.
And Tara, real quick, I noticed that down at the Department of Equipment, we still have the website overhaul note down there, but isn't that the servers?
Oh, I have it up at the top. I didn't take it out at the bottom.
But were we putting servers in public infrastructure under admin?
For the website,
No,
everything
the
we have.
servers, our computer servers.
Oh, that's what I had down there.
Is it supposed to be there, or is it supposed to be in public infrastructure?
No, that's in public infrastructure.
Okay.
That doesn't have anything to do with
So
that.
then we automatically just move this 20,000 period.
Right.
All right,
that's the website overhaul
yeah,
is moving out of the
Department
admin?
Equipment,
Yeah,
at the bottom of, on the administration tab,
Yeah.
we have it listed twice in the administration tab. The administration page, not the block.
there's no department equipment, that's all.
At the
Why are
bottom
the
under code
attorney's
540.
fees just showing up for the
I'm
proposed?
sorry.
Why are the attorney's fees only showing up for the proposed budget and not for prior budgets?
I'm having a hard time hearing.
The attorney fees got separated this
Oh,
year.
because of the way that the reporting at the end of the year, like on the 1099. So the way that the financial software was set up, I had to have it in its own line in order to be able to report it on the correct form.
So this is the first year it's been broken out.
Okay.
Yep.
So it hasn't changed, it's,
No.
okay. One other point, the salaries and wages takes into account salary increases that have been approved?
Yeah, if you look at the notes on the side, it takes the full-time salaries plus the potential merit based on what was discussed for merit, bonuses possibility, and then the economic developer position as a whole. So that's why it looks like a 75,000 bump.
Yeah, we just did that as an estimate.
But yeah, we go ahead and budget all salaries on the outside chance that they get the maximum of everything. Not that everybody always does, but like if we do a 3% merit, we go ahead and budget a full 3% merit in there so that the money's there in case it is used.
So it does include the marketing position that had been discussed? Is that
Yes,
what
the
that is?
75,000, the notes off to the side have it as, the econ director is the economic development director on the side note.
You know, as a starting point, I don't think, you know, my own view is that the economic developer at 75,000 and the $100,000 for the marketing program that would go through that would fall into a category to be deferred until the future while we take care of some other things.
Right,
Uh,
and But on that, let me also remind y'all, the reason she threw the 75 in there is because we didn't break it out. That'd have been the total cost of the position plus department itself for the full year. And the marketing plan was anything from 10,000 up to 100,000. We just put the outside number in there. So if we still want to look at marketing as a potential, we can look at lesser options as well, just to keep that as a food for thought. So if there is money to play with later on and you want to market the town, we can find it as cheap as $10,000, and we do all the legwork, we do everything, and they basically put ads out for us real quick. They usually charge by the hour is the thing. That's why it's hard to get a nailed down price. So just, that's food for thought. We don't, I mean, if we want to go ahead and discuss removing those at this point, that's fine too.
Can, I'd like to have an economic development person. We want to fill these empty storefronts, bring more business to the town. But at this point, I agree with John, we should defer that. And can we come to a consensus on these things?
Yeah, that's
And-
what we're asking for.
Yeah, that's what we need.
We want
Okay.
y'all to be telling us what you want this budget to be. The more information we have today, the better, tighter document we can give you in the 21st, or before the 21st.
Well, I say defer this. John said defer this.
Are you saying defer the position as well as the marketing program?
The marketing
That's what I
program-
said.
Okay, well, what was the 10,000 you were talking about, Hiram?
Like I said, and I tried to, at the presentation last week, the 100,000 is on the outside cost. And that's like if we want to go all-inclusive, have them manage us, get us going, advertise us to the world. Or if we just want them to put together a few print media things for us to throw out on Facebook, it'd be a lot less. I mean, it's a build the program you want to kind of build thing. It's just, without getting into exact weeds and services and consultation visits to prepare the budget for you, I just went with basic calculators online until y'all either okayed me to go further, at which point I'll have to contact some marketing firms directly and get them to sit down with us and go over what we would want them to do, because it's all built around a scope of services. So there's programs we can get for cheap, then there's what y'all want to do and get this town open to the businesses, which will be more expensive.
As much as I'd like to stress the economic development, small businesses, I think at this time it's I'd be good shelving that for a while.
Consensus?
You know, I would also continue to put a burden on you, Tara, that sort of as we put together the whole thing and you see the revenues, that they're sort of, call them, sort of a sliding scale of options, if you will. And one of those options is whether we really need the position to be filled there.
So, I have the initial paper, or initial form that has everything per department. And so what we can kind of do is like, this is something that it seems like everybody knows is important for the town. And as revenues come in, I can keep notes saying that if revenues are coming in higher, when I come back to you, is this something that you would want to see put back into the budget, or is this completely gone? So what you're saying is, this is one of those things that you kind of want to keep in the back of your mind for as the budget unfolds. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, basically.
Okay.
But mainly with the idea that
What revenues
it
look
gets
like?
chopped quickly if we're tight.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
my
what
view.
I'll do is take it out and then just keep a note that this is one of those possibilities to put back in.
The previous year budget
Which
had.
part of it?
The previous year budget, as we went through the preparation phase towards the end, also had clearly delineated a chart that showed everything that we were slashing.
Yep, and I
And-
have
and
those
that's-
too.
yeah.
So the way
And
that
that
I
would be
have this
helpful
set
later on
up
in
is in a Excel sheet, and so I have tabs per department that changes that were made. So this stays the same. I mean, what you get changes, but then everything that's changed, I also have a note on a separate page that in the next one, you would get that.
Okay.
I just don't have that
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah. My view is put the position and the program in that category.
Okay.
That's,
That's fine.
that's
Yeah.
just.
Agreed.
While we're here with administration, we're talking salaries and stuff that got brought up. Bonuses. We went ahead and built in previous year's bonuses to this, but y'all really, if you want to do a bonus this year again, give us the price, because that also changes. We went ahead and budgeted at 500 employee like we did last year. So we need kind of a consensus of that's still the way y'all want to go again or not.
I think we should leave the bonuses in.
Well, I mean, like the amount.
What's the
Oh.
total? What's the
That-
total?
It's
Argue with
per
that?
department. I mean, I don't think we have a total built out.
Oh,
26,944 in
yeah,
your
it's
charts.
on
Where was it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, I added it.
Oh,
the
you
bonus
added it.
is, oh yeah, 26,944.
So the bonuses are per person,
Yeah.
right? They're not,
Just-
they're not determined by like a department head who
Just
gets
a-
what
just a-
percentage.
Just a flat rate, just a flat bonus that goes sort of the end of November?
Yeah, the week before Thanksgiving typically.
Yeah, that,
The Christmas bonus.
well, yeah,
Yeah, that's, the bonus comes in around Thanksgiving for the intent and purpose of the holiday season.
yeah.
I mean, if,
It's-
this is the time to decide if you want to do a bonus, and if you do, how much do you want to do?
Okay.
And I think before we look at the rest
like-
of these departments, we probably need to make that clear now, so we can go ahead and slash that out of every department. Or whatever we do to
Yeah.
it.
I personally strongly favor the bonus at 500 and doing that. That's-
I'm all for that 500 per employee Christmas bonus.
For my part, I would like to see where we end up. That may be a point where we can make some adjustments, probably not a lot, but for the moment, can leave it as it is and possibility to adjust.
I think I'd like to see what the actual physical needs of the departments are first before we make a decision on bonuses at this time.
All right?
Um,
Anything else in administration then? So no marketing plan, no ED position, parking study? I know we haven't gotten to that point. Do you want to leave that in as a placeholder? Until we have the parking discussion? Do you want to put that off another year if we do have the parking discussion and still not budget for it next year?
Personally, I'm not in favor of a parking study at any point.
Okay.
So
And
from
we
my
can-
perspective, we can take it out.
Okay. I've grappled with this thing in terms of trying to see what we would do that we haven't done. We've counted the parking spots. We've delineated the bike lanes that kind of help with the parking spots. Previous councils determined that they didn't want to do one-way roads and use the numbered streets to have people parking up and across with folks in properties there. We did have a proposal, and we discussed, or a previous council discussed, putting in meters and kiosk, and it really turned out the only ones that made any money off of that were the company that ran the service. And it wasn't particularly beneficial to the town. So until we are able to frame and answer, I think, the question that one of our citizens raised, what is it exactly we're trying to do with it, with the parking study? You know, we have no business spending money on a parking study. And I tried to answer that question. I couldn't come up with a good answer that satisfied me.
I agree, no parking study. people can talk about buying lots, and we did discuss that last year's budget, and for any of the lots that were proposed, and Hiram, correct me if I'm wrong, they were all over $1 million, or close to
Close to.
$1 million. And then we'd have to get a major camera permit. There would be the site design, and then the construction cost, and for really 8 weeks out of the year, I can't see spending millions of dollars on that. I talked to Hiram the other day about the parking, and with all the virus things going around, I haven't, he was gonna get an answer from Dustin about the width of the streets. Looks to me when I drive up and down the streets that some are wider than others. We could possibly do parking on one side of those wider streets. But again, all we can do is try it and see if it works, and then if it didn't, we'd go away with that, but do away with it. But no, looking at the budget and what our needs are, we don't need a parking study.
So parking study should be bringing up possibilities that we haven't considered before. And from what I've seen of the past parking committees, there's been lots of proposals, lots of things considered that I think if we want to revisit them, that'd be a good thing for us to think, is there something here that we had ruled out before? But I can't see that a study is going to come up with anything other than what we've already seen. So I couldn't support having a parking study either.
All right.
So we're in consensus on that? No parking study.
Looks like it. Website overhaul. Again, this is another variable price kind of thing. This is on the outside range of what I think it should be. But it's not gonna be less than 10, so.
My initial thought is to leave it for now and see where we'll kind of end up. We're increasingly using these methods for communication. And I've heard through various people that our website definitely is not the most conducive for the dissemination of information currently. So, again, willing to consider it as things progress, but I'd like to keep it for now.
I agree with that. There always is a need for the public to know, and the easier we have it to put the knowledge out there, I think the better, we're all better off with that. So let's leave it in for now.
I agree with that. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have in Sunset Beach is communication, getting facts out there and have the information accessible to our citizens. There's lots of information on our website. I use it a lot and still find out that I can't find the things that are on there. I think, an overhaul of the website is worth the time and money and very beneficial to the town.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
All right, great. That was the things that were requested that are in here.
Benefit study.
Oh, well, yeah, the benefit study, sorry. The RFP's gonna go out in a few weeks. I don't know if our calendar is gonna get changed based on the current situation. It shouldn't, because those results shouldn't be coming in until June. So, do y'all wanna keep that placeholder there?
Yes?
I think we should keep the placeholder there at least until we get the RFP back and find out. Take a close look at the RFP, and is it doing things that we haven't been able to do? I mean, the department heads did, in the first round of discussions, sort of pretty much say their salaries were competitive, but that's a key issue that we as a town need to face.
reminder,
I feel, when I look at it, the bottom end of our salary scale is pretty low. Yeah,
and just as a reminder, that'll look at also our total compensation package, not
Yeah.
just salaries.
the benefits.
Right.
Yeah, and that's something that most of us don't have a good appreciation of, exactly what
Right.
our staff is getting and how that compares to similar communities.
Didn't we say at some point that we would have some understanding of how many people we've lost due to someone getting a better deal someplace else?
The department heads tried to go over most of that during the presentations. It's not been many that's been like that, but we also can't give you specific details on people's exits because it's protected. I can tell you that like less than 50% of our staff that has left have left for better pay,
That's,
but I can also tell you that most of them left for better working conditions.
so if it's not related to the compensation, I don't think it should be included in that number. Because that's what we're talking about, right?
Well, with the compensation, you're talking about the overall health of the organization. You know, the benefit packages,
That's
things like
right.
that.
Yeah.
But like I said, some people left because of very few, but I'll throw out one as a hostile work environment for some people. Just personality conflicts.
Right, but that's not a
One moved near my
compensation issue.
family. Right, I understand, but I'm saying, I can't give you specifically 3 people from this department left, because then you'll know that there's only been 3 people that left from that department, and I'll be divulging information I'm not allowed to divulge. But I can say that less than 50% of our employees have left for better pay
Okay.
as a reason that they left. Those who gave reasons too. Not everybody gives a reason when they leave.
I understand.
So I'd say definitely keep it as a placeholder.
It'd be interesting to just see what the RFP comes back with.
Yeah. Yes.
And then I'll determine from there whether or not it's something I'll support.
Well,
I don't
also
think we'll
remember
have
that the deadline for the RFP is not coming in. You won't know that until the second meeting in June, for the time frame that we gave. Y'all may be adopting the budget the first meeting in June, or you may be adopting it the last day of June. So,
Even if we adopt the budget with that in it,
yeah, we don't have to spend it if you
we
don't
don't
decide
have to
use it.
spend the money.
Right. I mean,
All right.
it's that simple. We still have to balance based on our revenues anyway. We can get the RFPs back and they come over that number, we won't do it. I mean,
Okay.
we can also, we can set a number and sit there and say, anything over X, we won't do it. If anything under X, fine. So that's why this is a placeholder at 30.
Okay?
Okay?
Any other concerns in the administration department on these line items?
I'm good with it.
So we basically knocked off 200,000 out of that one.
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, actually, yeah,
with
exactly,
the
That's
placeholder.
exactly
in it.
200.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Tab 7? Finance?
Good.
I'm good. Thank you.
So this is my budget and it has decreased a lot. The salaries are much less. And the tax collection fees are coming in a little bit lower. That's pretty much it. I'm not asking for anything separate. Is there any questions on?
Could you just, BMS support, what is that your software?
That's my finance software.
Blackmail
Okay.
software or solutions. Which is a software.
And you mentioned that tax collection fees last time, they've dropped?
Yeah, so,
Was there a reason for that? I don't
Well,
recall.
no, I just over budgeted it last year.
Oh, okay.
Any questions on finance?
No? We're good with that?
So the next one is tab,
7, public infrastructure.
yes.
Sorry.
It's okay. So I kind of broke it down a little bit. The professional services was 15,000. Hiram and I had talked about that as far as what we would look into doing next door, as kind of a placeholder for the parking lot over there, engineering, any kind of thing like that.
Surveying,
Yeah.
the startup work, if we decide to go to a full-on parking lot versus, you know, a public education parking lot versus just a gravel lot, there's a lot of changes there. So this would be the engineering services and the surveying and anything involved in getting that program started.
And along with that, we had put in a placeholder of 60,000 if you decide that you want to go ahead and move forward with the parking lot in this next fiscal year. That's down in department infrastructure. So I don't know if you want to start with discussing each item like that by itself.
Yeah, Jason,
Is there-
let's go ahead and start with the parking lot next
Yeah,
door.
that's what
Is
I'm
that
saying. Is there any thoughts on the parking lot?
a key interest to be developed next year?
You know, I think that's one of those things, if we end up sort of late next year that we have, looks like we have money that we're not spending, that we go ahead and pay for it out of Hyde, if you will, rather than budgeting to do it right now. I mean, it's clearly not a critical budget item right now. The critical budget item was to buy the land and get the property before it kept going up and up and up.
Right.
We've got that. I mean, and until we've got a comfort level that we can afford to do something with that property, we're not in a pressing situation now.
Would you want us to keep in the possible professional services associated with it and just take out the 60,000, or are you thinking?
Leaving the engineering and surveying?
You know, anybody else can ask questions too.
Why would
Well-
you do that if you're not gonna do the work?
Because if we go ahead and have the plan 1 year, we can we can better estimate costs for the development of said plan the next year.
And an engineering survey and all that would,
Design the parking lot for us, and it's
Yeah.
not gonna change.
but have a lifetime that would last several years out, so we didn't necessarily have to spend it right away.
Yeah, I don't know anything about engineering.
What's the value of that, Hiram?
We've got 15,000 in that area, and that's just discussing it with one engineer on the outside, what he thinks it should cost, to develop less than, just shy of 1 acre of land.
So let's say we did like 15,000, prepare for like the survey and all that. I would assume afterwards the survey would be valid for a number of years. 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
I assume that professional service like that are gonna continue to go up in cost as well. So, technology-wise and things, so maybe.
Engineering part of it would,
Maybe we
yeah.
consider the engineering part, keep the 15 for now to get things squared away, but I agree that the 60 right now is not necessary.
I think that, I like that idea.
That sounds good to me.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
All right. Restroom facilities, upgrade, redo, whatever you wanna call it, remodel.
So we had that in there as the high end of 25,000.
It's not that high end of it, by the way. I mean, it's pretty
Oh,
close.
I thought that's what you had said. I'm sorry.
Well, the combined of everything that the quote we got for all the renovation, the 25's the bathrooms, the rest of that was the kitchen, so this is pretty close.
This
Well,
is
the kitchen's in
bathroom
here separate.
I know the kitchen's separate, the quote we
Okay.
got originally, everything was combined. So we had to pull out what was the restrooms and bathrooms, so
This is the bathroom here.
these two right here.
Yeah.
The ones that are mainly used by us, the public, coming to the council, staff.
I don't know, to me,
Go ahead.
that's a kind of hold off. Don't know that that's an essential thing to have now.
All right. Anyone else?
I think they're getting pretty dilapidated, and I think it's kind of time to do that when you look at that. one of the things you could do is invite your spouse to go in and take a look and get the reaction, and I think, you know, the idea would be write a check now.
So from my perspective, you know, I'm here once in a blue moon, and I'm not using it daily, so I'm thinking of being considerate of the employees who use them on a regular basis. So I'm good for leaving that for now.
I agree. I've never seen the ladies' room, but it's as old as the men's room, so yeah, I'd like to leave that.
All right, kitchen upgrade,
I was including that in my mind.
I think we should leave the kitchen upgrade in there. This falls under one of those things, although this is new this year, but it's the same type of thing that gets put off year after year after year after year. And you get to the point where it's more expensive to do 5 or 10 years down the road. And 5 or 10 years down the road, it would have been done and paid for, and our employees, and sometimes myself, would be able to use it.
Again, at this point, I think we can leave it for now and see where we end up as we continue.
all right, any other comments on those? Okay, landscaping,
This is separate from the ERC's water garden?
yes.
Yeah,
But the landscaper doesn't know about that, so it wasn't taken into account, but
yeah.
that section would only probably be 2,000 of it at most, probably in my estimation, because it's mostly trees right there. Right now, we're not asking to replace trees. So, this falls under the grounds maintenance section up in the top part of this page, where it's out to the side.
And the idea from your last presentation was to completely redo it, basically?
Basically, everything around
The
the
exterior
building
around the building?
and the front area.
Yeah.
Falling short of that, I've got contingency options to get rid of the dead plants and just replace it with nothing.
I would go with your contingency options at this point in time.
Considering the environment we're in, I would go with the contingency options as well.
All right.
I agree.
Anybody else?
No, I agree with that.
So is that something that you were gonna change a price on?
And that's something we're just gonna take out and have,
Oh, I
Public
thought
Works
you were
remove
saying
plants.
a contingency, like a.
yeah, Public
different-
Works will manually remove plants,
Okay.
period.
You know, who knows, if we identify something that we want to put back in there, it could be a project that one of our nonprofits would like to take care of.
Maybe, I get a little iffy on liability of coming up on public grounds to do that, right next to town hall.
No.
Just,
We-
it's an innate concern of mine.
Yeah.
I sort of feel that the town properties, the town buildings, are the face of the town. This is a toss-up for me, but I'll go along with what everyone else says.
And I agree with Mr. Nern on that, but I'm trying to think of, depending on how the economy continues this year, based on what we've seen recently and how long this draws out, I'd want to try to focus on providing as much of the necessary things that we need versus ancillary things. That's where my mindset is through this process. I agree, I'd love to have somebody take care of it every day, but it's just something we may not be able to do right now.
Understood?
Yeah, I feel the same way.
All right, moving on, we've got in the 10,000 for the EOC upgrades for the fire department. Emergency Operations Center.
I thought we should have done that last year when we first talked about that smart board project. I think given our environment here, having good technology and a capable place to run an emergency operations center is an important
I'm-
capability.
I'm sorry, what line is that on?
I'm sorry, it's under,
Department equipment.
Oh,
department equipment,
operating.
right under the operating line. The
Oh, I
notes
see it.
taken.
Okay. I agree with John.
What does that do for
Communications
us?
are important.
Could you just refresh my memory on that one, Hiram?
The smart board setup,
Yeah.
I wish the fire chief was in here, it's his idea in building. It's a smart board at the fire department. It allows us just to be technologically upgraded so we can connect it with the web EOC, have everything in one spot, just facilitate the efficiency of operations during an emergency. And
And
then
it-
also is used as a training tool during the training classes at other time periods. It's like a digital whiteboard.
It enables us to better link up with the county EOC and others
It should, yes.
also, yes.
Okay,
I'm good.
okay, fine with it.
All right. Our town servers, we've got in here 10,000 to replace our server. It's getting old. But it's, how old? 7 years old, and it's about to clunk out. And that's just ours, right? Not ours and police. Yeah.
It's about to clunk out, I'd say we leave it in there.
We've had multiple
Okay.
issues over the last year. Just
I think it's worth
mildly.
considering.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we'll then have it installed with our lease program that we started with our computers 2 years ago. So as needed, it'll be changed out or upgraded along with everything else.
So is that the right number then? That's the lease number?
Yeah, it's the kickoff to get the equipment. And then added into the program. ATMC upgrades, I still haven't been able to get up and have a meeting with ATMC, and I doubt I will in the next month, so I wouldn't mind either pushing this off another year, or to be completely and frankly honest, we can just get rid of the whole channel, in my opinion. It's sparsely used. It's only if you've got this zip code do you get to even use it. So it doesn't really broadcast out to the county what we're doing here. So it'd be more of a community interest tool than it would be a community notice tool.
I think as well, there's a lot of people who are going to wireless services for TV now that,
Mhm.
it's, not everybody has cable, so
Yeah.
I tend to agree with Hiram that this could just disappear.
The equipment, without meeting with them and looking around online and stuff, is gonna be pricey. I'm not gonna throw out quotes because I don't know exactly what we need, but it's not gonna be cheap. So we can either keep the channel as it is and our clunkiness and move on for the next year that way and think about future in the future, or we can go ahead and just cancel our service with AT&C on that channel.
What are we paying now for that?
It's nothing. We had to buy the initial equipment to make it work in the first place. It's not costing us anything to operate, other than if we need to repair the equipment, get new equipment. The problem we're having with it now is our equipment's not compatible with current day technology to the extent that Windows 10 computers cannot interface with it. So as we have to interface with an older computer using Windows 7 to go into it, but as Windows 7 no longer gets supported soon, we'll no longer be able to access into our equipment.
I agree that we just drop the whole thing.
I agree with that, but I do have a question. Our website now, do we have the capability to put a slideshow on it?
It'd have to be designed that way, yeah, but it can be,
I mean, it's a
someone would
feature,
have to give us the code in order to do
and
it.
a feature to add in, okay, we don't have that capability to,
It's not like it's a plug and play that we just select this button and all of a sudden there's a stream. Is it? I mean, I don't think GovOffice works that way.
okay.
We can look into it.
I mean, there's a lot of website
Yeah, I know.
building things right now that have the capability that you can add a slideshow.
Right.
And if we do any type of an upgrade, sort of those, we should have the flexibility to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Because we could, the ATMC channel is a slideshow.
Yeah, we
we
discussed
go-
that internally the other day about with the website upgrades of go ahead and getting rid of channel 99 and just integrating its function into the front page
Yeah,
where the top slider goes by.
that would be good.
Yeah.
Okay.
ATMC out. The door lock upgrades for our security, doors.
I think it's something we can leave for now and see where we end up. I understand for security purposes and ease of use and things like that, it could be beneficial if there is funding for it as we get closer.
Yeah, no, I think we should leave it in the budget. We definitely need to be able to control access, track the access, and not have to change everything every time somebody changes jobs or departs. That's-
I'm in agreement.
All right. Is there anything I missed in
Council
Furniture.
furniture.
council furniture and conference room furniture?
I'd say leave it in for now. Leave it
That's
in the
fine.
budget.
See how much it is. It could be in the budget, we still don't have to do it.
So we would replace all of this?
All of this, all of that, or even just all of this, or none of that, or whichever way you guys want to go. I mean, but, you know, after
But the
stacking
reason-
these up today, there's 3 chairs in this room that are broken at all times.
So you can't just replace 3 chairs?
I guess we could, if we can find the same models, or with something else, it'd be hodgepodge. Honestly, I'd want this place to look a little bit more respectable than it does, to be
Okay.
completely honest. I mean, these chairs are all torn up, and these weren't even included in that price, but even these chairs are all coming apart at some of the seams.
All these are how old?
I don't have a clue. Dustin? 2005.
That's, doesn't seem like a long time, but these chairs get a lot of use. I'd say leave it in.
Did that include the table, the conference table?
Yes, it did.
Okay,
Because, like I said, I was looking at a lot less expensive chair than the fire department was looking at.
yeah, okay.
But
I'm
again,
good,
we
I'm
could-
good
We
with,
could remove the stuff from that room and only do this room. I mean,
I'm good with keeping this in for now, and
Alright.
as we see what happens with our budget, and then even if we budget, if we see what actually happens with the reality.
all right? Did I miss anything else, Darren?
No, that's it. The only other changes were, contracted services, but that's just everyday operations, prices changing with the contracts that we currently have for like IT, telephone, recycling, pest control, fire alarm monitoring, mold monitoring, our email addresses, our UniFirst services, and then we have the utilities, which has gone up a little bit because of different streetlights and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, it's raining.
Are there any other questions with that kind of
So
stuff?
basically,
Yeah.
that's $90,000 off this, is that correct, the 60 and the 30? What they took out, that would be the upgrade, and then the parking lot adjacent.
Yeah,
taking that out.
immediately, that's the change, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at the utilities.
Um,
I thought you were talking about that one.
Speaking of utilities, Sea Trail Master Association, now we gotta move that to the 21st too. They're gonna be submitting a request, or they actually submitted a request last week that, the council take over, lights on the streets that we took over, last year. The estimated cost was 9,000 a year? 9,800. Was that, okay, so that didn't make it in here yet. They went through the process of upgrading those lights and everything like we would have them do anyway, if we were to take them over. So that's something else for food for thought on this one, is they're gonna be coming to a request for y'all to officially decide whether to accept some extra lights or not. That will change this number by $10,000, give or take, a couple hundred.
That would be to maintain them or to?
Yeah, we would assume control and ownership of those lights.
So pay the electric bill,
Yes,
yeah.
but it's no different than what we've done in the past as well, so they're coming back again.
We have done that in the past, correct?
Yeah, we've done
Yeah.
streets and lights in the past. But I'm just letting y'all know that that would impact our budget if y'all decide to take it.
Yeah.
And it'd be about, I'd go ahead and upgrade that utilities cost by $10,000, just to be on the outside of it.
And it had already increased 22,000. Was a lot of that mainly the waste services and recycling?
Then that
Under
was
the contracted services?
Yeah, for the contracted services.
Yeah, part of that is IT, and part of that is the waste industries.
Anything else on public infrastructure?
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right, police. Chief. Matt's turn the microphone on. You want to start off by just going over what you consider your priorities?
Sure. I want to start by saying that it's working. I didn't put anything in this budget that I didn't think was a priority. With that being said, though, there are some things that can be considered for sure. I don't make it a habit, never, since I've been in the position of doing budgeting now in my 11th year of doing it, of putting things that I just would like to have. These requests are things that I feel that we need. Talking about the protocols that the town is putting into place, protocols that I've put into place for the police department, I'm not just thinking about 2 weeks down the road about what we're gonna do with COVID-19. I'm thinking a year from now. What happens if we're still doing this a year from now? What happens if the 15 full-time employees are affected by this virus and I lose half of that staff? And now I'm down to, let's say, 8 people that can effectively patrol Sunset Beach. If there's more restrictions put on the state, coincidentally, I just had a text message come through that the governor put out an order effective at 5 p.m. today. No sit-down dining anywhere in the state. That's effective at 5 p.m. today.
Sit down what, chief?
Sit down dining.
Yeah, we can order takeout, but going to a restaurant to eat effective 5 p.m. today, no, it's done. So like I said, I'm looking very far forward with this, and my hope is, 2 weeks, a month, that we're looking at this in the rearview mirror. But what if 12 months from now we're not? But with that being said, there are some things that in this packet that I've presented last week that we can discuss that can be removed, but much of which has been ignored in the past by previous administration with the police department, and I feel they need to be addressed now. The first thing I asked for was a replacement of the 2014 Ford Utility Interceptor. I asked for that last year. The town administrator and I had a conversation probably 3 weeks ago or so about making an immediate budget amendment to replace this when we had it towed off of the island. I didn't do that. Went ahead and spent, I don't know, $1,500 or so to have it corrected, and it's running now. But for how long? Like I said, this one I feel is very important because I don't trust it. I can't count on this vehicle to be reliable for the employees that are in it.
This is the one that sounded like a helicopter when it left here?
This is the one that sounds like a helicopter, yes.
That was your 2014?
That's a 14, yeah. It's only got 75,000 miles on it, but like
Yeah.
I said, we've had this in the shop over 25 times in the last 2 years, so I feel that this one is up on the top of the list. If we're gonna cut a vehicle, I would say it would be the next one that I presented.
A lot of this comes down to what the citizens want. If they want less police services, then they really need to let us know. A lot of this has been put off. The cost of these vehicles and equipping the 2 new officers, not including their salaries, was one of the things I had in mind for going into the reserve fund. There's nothing here I want to see taken out. I'm talking about the whole police budget,
With that statement though, let's take it item by item,
okay?
just so we can get a consensus from everybody. So he's mentioning P4, which is the replacement Ford Explorer Interceptor. Right?
Correct.
Can we go over, before we itemize the vehicles, go over the whole vehicle proposal? You've talked about.
The spreadsheet, the
Yeah,
Excel,
well, no, I'm
not
just
the
talking
capital
about,
replacement.
you talked about, you want to eliminate the 2013 Dodge Ram as one of them. And you talked about taking the 2014 Dodge Durango and getting rid of that one also.
I didn't mention, the only thing I mentioned about the Ram is that it's on the replacement schedule for 2020, but we're gonna move that because it's still serviceable. So that's not, I'm not asking to replace that. I think we could probably get another couple of years out of that one, even though it's slated, just based on age, it's slated to be replaced in 2020. That's not a consideration for this year, probably not even next year, to be honest with you.
Just the actual vehicles you presented were P4 replacement, 2
P4
new
and P-
vehicles for 2 new personnel,
Correct,
and then the Durango.
correct.
All right, so it's 4 vehicles we're talking about.
Right, and the Durango only because, again, it's on the schedule, it's got 126,000 miles, 121,000 miles.
But that would stay in the fleet and be used as like a vehicle to take
As a
the
backup,
training?
right, backup training, out-of-town trips, those sorts of things, but it's not gonna be a daily driver as it is now. And again, I mean, we can push that down the road. My only fear is, like I say, in this replacement plan that I gave the council on the last time we met, there's, in 2022, there are 8 vehicles suggested to be replaced in 2022. And so if I move a 2020 to 21 to 22, I mean, I don't want to come in 2022 and ask for 10.
I've got questions about
Yes, sir.
those, at least 5 of the vehicles, the ones that we bought. We approved that, weren't they purchased in 2018, the 2018-19 budget? When we had the $245,000 in the line item?
That's when it was approved, yeah, but then until they were built and we were able to take delivery of them, it was almost a year later.
Yeah, so we got delivery sort of late
We got delivery
2018, early 2019?
Yeah.
Correct.
And when we made the purchase in 2018, we bought 2017 year trucks, model trucks.
No.
They're all listed as 2017 year model trucks, that whole batch. And they should have at least been 18.
Yeah, I see that now.
Well, you did get a
And-
few right off this dealership, didn't you? That
All
you
of
already had
them.
some?
All of them, so we may have, yeah, I'll have to check
Yeah,
into that.
but
That-
but in
they may be off by a
2000,
year.
after July 2018, you shouldn't have had too many 2017 trucks on the lot. So my point that I'm going through there is, (2022) is probably a little bit early for that, and then we would want to do what we can to scatter those out, assuming, some will get used
All right, so
more-
if that's, if
harder than the other ones perhaps, and so.
they
yeah.
will. That's why those are highlighted too, because
Yeah.
those are, just because they're on that replacement schedule for that year, depending upon the driving factors of the employees and different things.
Yeah.
It could, I mean, they could shift to the left, it could shift to the right.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but they probably should be shifting to the right.
Yeah, if those numbers are 18, yes,
Yeah.
but all that does is compound the number in 2023.
Yeah.
If we move from one year to the right or 2024, same thing there.
But-
So I wanted,
Yeah, if you have five vehicles, though, they're not gonna all wear out the same
they're not,
time.
they're not.
That's so easy.
Right, but until,
Right, and-
until I have a better idea of how they're holding up, and this is the first full year that we've had
Yeah,
the take-home program.
And we discussed that when we were buying them, that while the hope is to make them last longer,
yeah,
that each individual vehicle had to be, if we do a replacement schedule, it's gonna be based on previous knowledge, and it would be adjusted as we got a feel for how each vehicle, works. Even though two cars come off the factory line, they're not the same. So, and two drivers aren't the same. So P8 may wear down a lot faster than P9, or not, but we're not gonna know that within 2 years. We're gonna know that by the 5-year replacement, by the 7-year replacement. So that, right there would still be a living document for a time being. But as the chief said, we don't wanna come back and we don't wanna push vehicles off now and come back and have 8 vehicles at one time either.
Yeah.
So we know these other vehicles are wearing
Yeah.
and need to be replaced.
yeah. I mean, I fully accept that those two vehicles that you wanna get rid of, we should get rid of. Yeah. But then the other question comes in again is, do we need an additional 2 more vehicles at this time?
Understood.
Yeah, and that goes with going through the justification. You're taking and promoting somebody up to captain, you're gonna promote 2 more people up to sergeants. The budget line said $7,000 for promotions, so seems to me a promotion to captain and 2 sergeants is gonna cost us more than $7,000.
Yeah,
I
it's-
could be reading them wrong, but that's, and then you want 2 more patrolmen to come in. So you're doing a lot in the police department. And I've always supported everything in the police department, but I just want
There
to
is
make
a
sure we're
lot.
on the same sheet
There-
of music.
There is a lot. I mean, it's a big package, but like I said, I feel that these are, you know, needs that we have currently, not needs that we're gonna need 5 years from now. The vehicle replacement plan, that's a living document. I mean, that's the best I can do right now is say, all right, this is a best guess. If somebody goes off the road today because of the wet driving conditions, then
Yeah.
I may have to move something up a little closer.
And I think we all understand that
I'm
on the
sure, yeah.
replacement. And like I said, I don't have any problems with replacing those 2 vehicles. My question is adding 2
Right.
more vehicles.
And when we get into the personnel part, which, you know, if we're going line by line, or
Yeah.
page by page in this, I'll let you know my considerations then of why I'm asking for those bodies, and how it's gonna support the needs of the town.
Okay?
So page 1, the 2014 Ford utility. Any more explanation on that from me?
I'm good.
No, I'm fine.
Replacement of the, page 2, the second request, rather, the replacement of the 2014 Dodge Durango. We can get another year out of it. If this is something council chooses to push back for another year and wait and take a wait-and-see approach with it. You know, what does that do to this document coming in 2021? I mean, we could look at maybe pushing back P3 into 2022. And the volunteer car, it doesn't get driven much. It's slated for 2021, but with the amount of use that it's getting currently, it's reasonable to think that we could probably push that back to 2022, even 23.
And you were talking about P2, the Durango, making that the spare, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's something I would,
What's the price on that? I'm sorry, because it's not broken out really on our sheets.
the
40,000
vehicle
there?
base is 35,1. Equipment cost is another 6,000 on top of that.
Gotcha.
I'm fine with the replacement.
I'm good.
Yes.
So the replacement would include the Dodge Durango?
Yes, that's what
Yes.
we're talking about.
Right, that's what we're on now, is the Durango.
Okay.
The next item is the portable radio upgrades. Again, there was 4 options presented. 13 would completely replace all of the ones that are, have no longer have parts available. We have the option to go down, well, we have the option to go to 0, I guess, but what I've presented was at minimum 4. The radios that we have, they do work. We can transmit, we can receive. But we know that if one of those goes down, it's a paperweight at that point because there's no more parts available. And we definitely don't want an officer in the middle of a situation when that radio goes down. Could one of the new radios go down in the middle of a situation? Sure. And it's going to need to be repaired when it comes out, and there will be parts available. Currently, with the ones we have, there are no parts available.
Communications are very important. I go back in the dark ages when I was a police officer. It was long ago. But if you made an arrest, you had to take that arrestee to a call box. And whether it was 2 or 3 blocks away, you had to maintain that arrest during that time, the callbacks. Then you had to wait for a vehicle to come and transport the prisoner. So, and very few times when I got into something when we didn't have radios, I know how important communications are, and I would say we replace all the radios.
Now, your request line here actually only requested 5 radios be replaced, not all 13.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's the number we went with, but we gave you in the packet a
It's
breakdown of everything.
13 is 47,143,
Yeah.
and
But we went ahead and went with the 5 radio replacement in your budgets. I believe is what we went with.
yeah,
We did.
that's-
We went. We budgeted for 5, but gave the 13 is what we ideally need. So we do
Yeah.
5 this year.
Yeah.
Then
then we go
look
for
more
8 next year or whatever. Yeah,
Sure.
that's.
Right.
I think the communications is absolutely critical. You know, if when we finish this process, we can fit all 13 in, I'd have no problem with that. Otherwise, I'm completely comfortable with the 5.
I tend to agree. If we can fit 13, I'd like to do it. And then if we have to adjust, we can go from there.
5's good for me, and if we can do more, then we can do more, but 5 is what the essential is.
Well, I would still like the 13, but no use,
Yeah.
like the old days, fighting over this stuff here, so I agree with the rest.
Well, we get to the end of the process and we
Yes.
find out whether we could do 13 rather than just 5. But we're all agreeing on at least 5, and then mixed in terms of whether we go to 13 or not. Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you. Number 4, the part-time salary pool increase. This was to cover a proposal for holiday pay for 12 days per year for part-time staff, and also to a stipend for volunteer staff when they come in to fill a function. This was an increase of only $5,000 to the salary pool,
The part-time salary pool.
to the part-time salary pool, I'm sorry, which is currently 50. Just bump it up to 55.
Did you have a sense of how much overtime we paid or we're using?
It's not broken out in my budget, no.
We're using this year? Am I understanding correctly that sort of one of the benefits of this part-time salary is that tends to reduce our overtime, which is much more expensive?
It does.
Overtime's time and a half, right?
Correct.
And it also keeps our officers from, on one shift from filling in on the other shift and then getting burned out carrying 2 shifts at a
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I'm good with,
I think
Keeping
it's an
this.
effective use of money.
Agreed.
Okay.
Number 5, the watch guard interview room camera upgrade. We have a camera system that's in there now that is functioning. Although it's just, it's not tied into our regular system. But this is something that, if we were looking to cut something out of this budget, this would be one that I would say, yeah, we could push this back. But it's a nominal amount too, at $5,700.
You know, there's that pushback words again. This is important in so many ways. I would hate to see a case lost in court because there was some problem with the video of a confession. I say leave this in.
Did we ever have any instances of cases being lost with our current system?
Not since I've been here.
Is there an option on your current budget? Do you have enough money this year remaining or something like that could be purchased out of this year? I know we've been trying to be pretty frugal. And you got that grant to replace the,
Right.
Can look at it.
I'd say I have a better idea in about a month or so.
all right. Is that an option that would be agreeable to the council?
Yes.
There's
If I
already
can
existing
squeeze it
money
this
for
year.
it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree,
s-
but we need to be proactive instead of reactive.
I understand.
I think equipment such as this is important equipment that we should have.
I agree.
And
Any other discussion on number 5, the interview room camera upgrade? Number 6, the policy implementation, which would be under our contract services with Lexipol. This is a kind of a piecemeal program, if you recall, where we could, sort of an all or none, if we decide that we want to scrap this. It's a $35,000 sticker for the whole thing. There's a lot of benefits by having this service. We have, I believe we have good defensible policies in place currently, which, as I mentioned before, the majority of them were taken from the Brunswick County Sheriff's Office with their permission, which is a CALEA accredited agency. The rest, some I brought with me from Ohio, and some were from the IACP's website, the International Association of Chiefs. What this does is it makes sure that we don't miss any updates, any critical updates to case law changes. It makes sure that our wording is absolutely correct. There are words that can be subject to interpretation, and these policies are written by subject matter experts and attorneys. I've written ordinances here, which members of the public have emailed me and said, you know, you did this wrong. This is what happens when lay people try to implement ordinance. This also delivers a training module for our people so that we know that policies are being reviewed, officers are checking off on those, so there's no dispute of fair to train.
None of this is really easy. I'd like to leave that in. Being up to date on policy and officer training, that's important to the town for many reasons, and it's important to the town residents.
If I recall correctly, there was a certain percentage of your time that was spent doing this. Can you give us a reminder of what that was?
Right. The majority of the policy implementation is done by me. Review is done by other employees, but if there's something that is mentioned, something that's caught, something that needs corrected, it comes to me. And I then will make the adjustments, correct the policy wherever it lays, which now we have one main server where all of our policies are stored, so we can access that from any networked computer. We'll go in there, make sure the change is made. Most often when that happens, we'll send something out with a sign-off so that employees know that there's been a change. They have to read and sign that they've understand the change that has been made. How often does that happen? I can't give you a number. But this is this is very important, that this is something that should be reviewed on a regular basis, because these are high-risk items for the town. If we're not following best practices and we're not following policies and procedures, and and we make a wrong arrest, we hurt somebody, that $35,000 price tag is very, very low in comparison to what a family might want out of the town if we do something that's outside of policy.
I think it's valuable to take to absorb the one-time cost of putting these things into place, and recognizing we'll have a $10,000 annual fee that goes into it. The liability issue is one concern. I appreciate that you didn't try to put in a specific amount of time that you spend, or Assistant Chief Joe Smith spends on doing this, but these are, it's tedious, it's painstaking, and it's a big tracking process to make sure all the police officers are fully trained, fully aware, and have signed off on it in terms of protecting the town. So I'd say bite the bullet and do it.
Does this ensure that they're fully trained and that they sign off on it?
The difference with this and what we're doing now is, and I hang up a sheet of paper with your name on it and the date. You sign that piece of paper saying that you've read and understand the changes that were made, and I feel that if our employees are signing that they did in fact read and understand. But Lexipol is going to deliver a quiz, and you have to answer some questions to knowledge base to show that, yes, I understand this. And then Lexipol tracks that. So that's something we're not currently doing. The supervisors are tasked with policy review. That's more of just sitting down, reading the policy. Maybe it's something that we don't have an instance to do all the time. For example, we did some recertification today for officers that carry a taser. Policy review would have been done with that. Fortunately, we're not tasing a lot of people. But if the instance arises where we have to do it, I want our people to know, how can I use this tool? Offensively, defensively. If somebody is already handcuffed, can I use it? And if we don't review, if I hire a person in 2020 and he doesn't have to use the taser until 2025, he shouldn't be standing in the middle of a scene, scratching his head thinking, am I able to use this? And then maybe err on the side of caution and not use it and get hurt when it was justified, or just say, oh, well, I'm going to use it, and it wasn't justified. So I feel that having a test, a knowledge-based format, is going to be more beneficial.
Thank you.
No, I'm good for now.
I'm good with that.
Okay. 7 was the educational incentive. My proposal was employees who hold a bachelor's degree or an intermediate certificate be given a stipend of 5%. Employees who have a master's degree or an advanced certificate be awarded 6%, with a max to be 6%, if you recall. So an employee who currently holds a bachelor's or an intermediate certificate, and I see an error on the second page there. It should be bachelor's or intermediate. Would receive 5. If they later received a master's or an advanced, they would only receive an additional 1%.
I do have this in there as 10,000, but that was because we hadn't changed it. Or it was updated after I did this.
What's the update?
Hmm?
What's the update?
Because in,
What's the updated price? For the people listening.
in here, in the, it's his 6,000 that's already in his presentation.
Right.
I didn't have that number before I did the budget.
I'm just going for the people watching at home.
You put 10,000 in the budget though,
Right.
right?
That's what I
Okay.
put in the budget, but what he had was 6,000 in this, because I had talked to him before this went out. I didn't catch that.
And
It
so,
was,
so these would be, part of this is based on current educational levels and
that's,
certification, so we can get that, and then there would be a future cost that comes in.
right. But right now, where this is just the current cost,
Yeah.
not the future.
Got that?
Better educated, better trained officers are so important. I'm gonna leave this in also.
This is a bonus, essentially?
It's a pay increase.
That's,
It's an incentive.
it's not a
Incentive.
one-time,
It's
it's,
a-
yeah,
so-
it's gonna stick with the
Okay, so-
employee.
So it's a continuing.
It's, yeah, it's gonna continue to be,
It'll
we'll have
bring
that
in
increase in
effective
my
pay grade.
budget every year.
So it's a step increase in salary.
It is.
What-
Educational incentive.
Yeah.
Correct.
What I have found, in my opinion, is that it's disappointing that in our pay scales, we really don't have ways for people to stay in the same positions yet move up and be recognized other than the annual increases. And I think educational incentives are a very effective way to do it, and it benefits the quality of the people, the quality of their preparedness. I think the incentives, I'm kind of disappointed that they haven't been there before, and by having incentives, there are ways that people can stay in their positions and still move up and get rewarded for the extra work that they do to improve their qualifications.
I agree. If I
I
can
like
add
the
on,
incentive program. I'm sorry we don't have one already.
if I could just add to that, I don't, I've never been a fan of incentives that just reward an employee because they've been with the organization for, say, 5-6 years. Because they could still be producing the same quality or kind of work that they did in year 1, in year 5, but by policy they get a raise because they've been with the organization for X number of years. This at least guarantees the town that even if they don't go to an institution, if they go to the Justice Academy, there is a certain amount of training that they have to have spelled out by these certificate programs before they would be awarded that certificate, and it's quite a bit. So an employee that wants to put forth that effort, that wants to better themselves, and in turn it's going to benefit the organization. It's going to help with retention and recruitment. That's why it's here.
My nature is to support things like that, incentive-based programs versus just you've been here for 3 or 4 years, or every year you get a 3% raise.
Right.
So something that's going to incentivize people to continue their education and things like that, I can get behind.
Just one comment. If, all right, different officers work at different levels. And if someone is say a low performer and doesn't improve in 5 years, that would be up to you, chief, to correct that.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't
I don't know
disagree.
whether that's called an incentive or not, but
There's things that we have available to us, performance improvement programs. There are options, and there are employees that all they want to do is go to class after class, and then there's employees that they have to be voluntold to go to class, and we do that. We look for opportunities to better educate all of the employees, whether or not it's going to be enough to get them an intermediate certificate, maybe not, but we do mandate training from time to time so that we know that our people are well trained and less of a liability to the town. Any other comments on the educational incentive?
We all agree?
yes.
Yeah.
Number 8 was the addition of a captain's position. This is to promote an existing employee. This is not an additional body. This position was an effort to more directly supervise the patrol division and a direct report for the line supervisors, the sergeants.
What would the hours of the captain be? Just day work, or will be?
The majority of it would be day work. I would require that this position was flexible enough so that if there was a problem on another shift, a shortage on another shift, that they would adjust the schedule so that they could address whatever may need to be addressed. So if there's a night shift problem, if there's a personnel problem, that they could come and address that. If there were issues with house burglaries and we needed the additional manpower, additional coverage, that this person would be flexible enough to do that as well. So the person that would be offered this position would understand that if they're taking it, that's part of the deal.
Well, I was looking at it from a supervisory standpoint. A captain should know what goes on with all shifts. If you're working days, you have a lot of different things to deal with than if you're working nights.
Right.
I think we should add this captain's position.
Does this create a vacancy?
No.
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 So it's not a cause for one of the other two
Correct.
new positions.
What's creating the 2 positions that you need then?
The 2
It
positions.
sounds like this would, to me, it sounds like you'd be pulling an individual off one of the patrol shifts.
No.
Well-
I currently have 2 detectives. The captain would also kind of assist in that regard.
That
if there was,
capacity.
yeah, in that capacity. And I feel the caseload that we have, there are times when we definitely need to, but there's a lot of times where we can get by with one. So having this person also assist with the detective responsibilities.
So you're taking one and piling more duties and responsibilities on top of it?
Correct.
Okay.
So we'd only have one assigned investigator.
Full-time, yes. One full-time and then the part-time with this split responsibility.
And that pretty much, that will meet our requirements normally?
I believe it would. I've paid real close attention to it since I've been here, and
Yeah.
I feel that it would.
All right, I changed my mind. I'm good with that one.
I'm good.
Okay.
Best for last, I guess. Addition of 2 sergeants' positions, and these positions would be a promotion from within, and if that happened, those 2 positions I'm asking to replace with 2 additional full-time police officers. The addition of the full-time police officers comes with vehicles and equipment, as shown there. Now, these positions would allow for constant supervision of the constant supervision of the patrol officers. So the way we work now is we have one shift, we'll call it platoon A, that has a group of officers that work 6A to 6P, and a group of officers that work 6P to 6A. When we're completely staffed, our supervisor works noon to midnight. So for 12 hours a day, there is no supervisor. It's 2 patrol officers. Same way on platoon B. There's a supervisor that works a cover shift so long as everybody's here. As long as everybody stays healthy, nobody has a baby, nobody takes vacation, so on and so forth. And again, in the packet, that I've included, and I didn't include these comparable towns because I say that, well, I want to be like them, or if they're doing it, why can't we do it? These are included just as an example of similar populations, similar demographics, similar, they all have a beach, they all have a seasonal population. And they they have similar to what I'm asking for here, with the addition of these two bodies, similar numbers, that is going to allow us better supervision, better service to the community, a sergeant to supervise around the clock, and if there's a vacancy, there would still at least be 2 people on a shift. And when I think about, again, as I started this out, the preparations that we're making now for this pandemic, what happens a year from now? Restaurants are closing today at 5. What happens if they put restrictions on Food Lion, on Walmart, on anywhere that we go to get common supplies, and people are in a state of panic? And I now decide, all right, we're going to need 4 people patrolling, because resources are so limited and people are taking extreme measures to get their hands on resources. It's not going to take long before my staff of 15 people is overwhelmed and exhausted. Of course, that's worst case scenario, but just doing business, just taking care of the people that call Sunset Beach home, and taking care of the people that come here and spend a week, spend a weekend, spend a day. It tasks our resources. And the longer we keep people, the more we incentivize them to stay in Sunset Beach, to make Sunset Beach a career. They accrue vacation. Their lives change. They buy a house. They have a family. They have children. And they want to spend time with them. They want to take time away from here. And I need the resources to allow that, and to still effectively police the town and provide the service that we're providing.
Well, I've been saying this probably since before I became a council member. The possibilities of what bad can happen to any of our citizens, any of our visitors, or any of our officers, with 2 officers on a shift, especially a night shift. It just scares the hell out of me. I believe we need those 2 officers, 2 new officers. I've been saying it over and over, and this is our opportunity to improve the department. And having 2 more sergeants to supervise supervision, no officer goes out looking to make a mistake or do anything wrong. And with a supervisor there, if they're trying to make a decision, they can always call the sergeant, and the sergeant can help with that. But if there's no sergeant there, there's nobody to call, you go ahead and make the decision. This is all important. We should leave this in.
Go ahead, John.
Me first again? All right. This first part ain't gonna sound nice. The current crisis that we're in and the unknowns about that is absolutely not the way for us to be addressing the budget and the manning. I mean, if we go into a critical situation, we may have National Guard, we may be pulling the sheriff's office down here and things like that. And as dire as it may get, there's no way in the world we could ever budget for that. And adding 2 officers starting in July, it's not going to do that. So, yeah. And the for what it's worth category, I'm taking all that argument you made and just discarding it. And not paying attention to it. The argument you put down in here, where you talked about the future development, that within our police zone, we're going to have 800 more family units with easily 2, perhaps 3 people in that in the coming years. I mean, I think that's where the compelling need to look at our manning and status is. And that's something that's going to affect our whole town. Many of these may be full-timers, the way it has been in the past. Not all of them will be, definitely. But there are going to be increasing constraints. You know, and the point is, I find that a more compelling argument and rational argument. And I know you made this argument for 2 more people last year. Do you know the track record? Joe's not here, but the track record for the years prior, how long have this manning request been part of the agendas? I think it's been there for a while.
I don't know. I know it's been since I've been here.
Yeah.
And I, if I can, I guess plead my case for the first part of that, I guess I prepare for a worst case scenario. And I'm going to try to plead on your sympathies by a current situation. So if that's what you took that to be, it's not what it was intended.
Okay. I'll accept that was your point of view.
Thank you.
A question I have, though, we're at this point going through saying yes, 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 yes to a lot of things, which is making Tara's job pretty easy.
Yeah.
But Charlie raised a question at the beginning, and that's, as we go through here, the impact of dipping into our general fund to avoid raising taxes. You know, and it has been a number of years. I kind of argued back on stormwater that we needed to do a 5-year stormwater, not a 10-year. And if we used the general fund, so be it. There was a critical factor there. So one of the questions to come up as we go through here, and other than the $200,000 we zapped off the town administration point of the program so far, is what our capability is to reach down into the general fund as sort of a one-time shot when we get there.
So as, from my standpoint, one thing you never want to do is balance your budget with your fund balance, ever. It's just bad practice. But on the other side of that, your fund balance is there for those one-time capital projects. You just don't want to make a practice of doing that too much. So we bought land next door and did a budget amendment to take that out of fund balance. I'm not saying that entire amount will come out of our fund balance, but now with this, our revenues could possibly start coming in a little bit less, depending on travel, because accommodations could be less. Sales and use tax is going to spike because everybody's buying everything right now. But everybody's buying everything right now. So it also is going to take a dip at some point where nobody's going to be buying anything. So that's going to have a huge effect on where our revenues are coming in this year. So I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have, that $340,000 purchase of land next door is going to have on our fund balance. It is going to decrease it, though. I don't foresee us closing that gap. So with that being said, we are going from being around 85% fund balance. It'll be probably closer to 73 or 74 at June 30th is my best guess. That is not a definite figure whatsoever. So we've decreased about 27% since I've been here overall. You don't want to take that too far south.
So you've been spending a lot.
Not me. I can't make that choice. Yeah,
This
it
is
was
the
the
re-
sidewalk project had an effect on that. It's where your revenues are and your expenditures are and where fund balance sits in relation to the expenditures. It's a fluctuating number every single day. That's just my,
And the council of government guidance is an objective is to keep it at 75%.
there's nothing written saying that.
Where'd that 75% number come?
That's just a,
Something this council kind of shot for, not this specific council, but this town shoots for, from previous administrations in the past.
Which represents how much time based on our budget. So if there was a
75%
Does
of
it-
the year.
70, oh, that's what
That's
75%
the
is?
ability to fund 75%
Your operating
Got it.
budget.
if everything goes
Okay,
bonkers.
It's a percentage of your operating budget. So,
okay.
you know, let's
Okay.
say we're straddled with massive bad hurricanes and taxes aren't being collected because no one's there to collect them, no one's here to pay
Right.
them. That's what we operate off of to make sure that we're still providing services, we're providing cleanup, and our people are being taken care of,
Okay,
is using that money. So the higher that is, the more likely we are to weather the storm unattended.
right now we're at 73, you said?
no, what, I'm saying possibly at June 30th, that's my prediction.
Okay,
Because it changes every single day.
okay, no, I understand.
So,
That's-
to answer Councilman Corbett's question on that, my recommendation is don't do it. Find a way to either creatively spend. If you have to dip in a little bit, fine, but don't sit there and think, we're gonna draw definitely $200,000 from it for the police department. We'll draw maybe 10,000 for another department, but we'll take away 40,000 from another department to help offset it. That's what you're really looking at doing is cutting another department to support another department. Even if you go into that fund balance, because eventually we're gonna need that money for something.
Yep.
It may not be this year, but it's something to be considered. So best practice is always to build your fund balance, not use your fund balance. But to that specific thing right here, yes, I do believe we have enough to cover if you only dip into it. It's just not recommended.
Well, we're early in the process,
Right.
so we don't,
And we still don't even know this until we see what revenues are gonna look like.
Yeah.
And as Ms. Drop pointed out, it's gonna look kind of wonky if we don't really have a standard to go by based on, you know, accommodations may come in lower, sales tax may be used less, Powell may come in less with less road tax. Or everything might improve greatly and everybody comes to the beach to celebrate their health. I mean, we don't know. So we have to use a curve from the last few years to represent an average, to base our revenues on, to base this budget expenditures on.
And I mean, also, I'm waiting for numbers for property tax from the county for net assessed value. And that'll be a big factor in it too, and I don't have those yet.
Well,
When do
I,
those normally come in?
When do they come in? Usually around the beginning of April they start, but they will change every single week until June 30th. So I will update as far as I can, and then, but it's not a huge change, so.
Thank you.
when I said it, I hated to mention using the fund balance, I meant it. And everything that Tara said is absolutely correct. But I look at all of the needs, and I look back at how previous councils did not prepare this town for the future. I'm not gonna say, oh, let's go in the fund balance for that, let's go for this, let's go for this. Let's update what we need using the fund balance, and then go forward from there, and let us be the council that makes provisions for future needs.
I think things may have been neglected as well, but that's not necessarily something we can correct all at one time. In my mind, it's gonna have to be a baby steps. We can't just come in and say, well, we think we're gonna fix everything all at one time that's been from the past. And it may be a longer process to do so. I think continued efforts to make those improvements over time are the way to go versus just throwing everything at it at one time.
One thing I do want to see is the total, like if we can budget for the salaries of 2 new officers, but the cars and equipment, I mean, that's a big one-time hit. Something like that is where we go to the fund balance.
Yeah, you definitely would not want the amount from the fund balance to exceed, like the one-time capital, because then you're not, like for employees or something like that, the fund balance you definitely don't want to use it for because it's a continuing operation, and you're not gonna have that as part of that as a continuing operation. Like you can use fund balance some for like the one-time capital at that time, like kind of what we do throughout the year. So I agree with you with what you're saying with that. That is a possibility. It's just the continuing operation part of it that is what I'm talking about, is you never want to use fund balance for that.
And I want to make clear that I'm not talking about this just for the police.
Right.
Public Works, Stormwater, they need vehicles and equipment. And to put it in the budget this year, who knows how much we'd have to raise the tax rate. We just can't keep kicking this stuff down the road.
Just like to say, I agree with what Jamie said, that we can't bite this off in big chunks. It needs to be done stepwise. And yeah, we understand that there's been things that have been put off and put off and put off, but you can't do it all in one fell swoop. I'm nervous about taking things out of the fund balance. I hear what you're saying and what Hiram said. I just think we should try and avoid that.
I'm also, along the lines of Tom, trying to mitigate for the fact that if the economy does continue to tank, potential raising taxes in an economy that's going down is going to be, could lead to some consequences that we may not be thinking through. We need to consider those consequences as we're going through this process as well.
Chief, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
When you presented to us last time, I think I understood, when you explained what your organization was, that you have a chief, you have an assistant chief.
Correct.
You want to bring in a captain that you
Yes.
don't have now, which does not create a vacancy. It's just,
Correct.
you've got 2 sergeants and you want to bring in 2 new sergeants?
I would promote from within. I don't see the need to bring those in from outside, but then I would
Okay.
replace those 2 patrol officer positions that were promoted up.
So it would give you 4 sergeants.
Correct.
For 4 officers, 2 detectives, and 1 animal control,
8 officers.
8 officers. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, yep, 8
Yeah,
officers.
we'd lose one of the detectives' positions. That would be a split
Oh,
role.
okay, so, okay.
Total is 17 full-time. And that's a number that I feel that is with the operation, with the needs, with the demands, that is sufficient for the foreseeable future. If that's approved this year, I don't see myself coming next year and asking for any bodies. It's, yeah, it's a one-time, I guess, it's sticker shock. It's a big number, but, again, I don't see a need, a foreseeable need for any additional personnel.
Okay.
I certainly appreciate everything Tom and Jamie said. If you'd asked me last year, let's do this with the fund balance, I would have been sitting there saying, no, no, no. Again, it's a one-time thing.
These salary numbers, although it's probably an insignificant amount, if this is approved, it wouldn't be until July or very close to July that we would even start the process to try to find 2 bodies. That's a several-month-long process. So before that would happen, before those officers would be able to be released, and before we did a promotion, all of those moving parts are gonna bring some of that cost down because of the time it's gonna take to get those positions up and running.
But wouldn't that be salary cost?
It would be.
Well, I for one, I'm only talking about using the fund balance for
Okay,
equipment.
sure.
Well, thank you. The fund balance discussion has been helpful.
Any indicator on the need for this personnel?
Yes.
I think we have to wait to see where the budget's gonna come in. I mean, yeah, if we can do it, yeah, but let's see where everything's gonna come in.
I agree with Tom.
So I'd like to see both figures, without the 2 new people and with the 2 new people. But I guess the question, if we don't hire 2 more people, we have our patrols will be based on 4 sergeants and 6 patrol officers, police officers.
If the 2 positions aren't approved, I would not promote 2 sergeants. We'll continue to operate as we have been,
Okay.
with one sergeant, 1 supervisor for each shift working a cover.
Would it-
So what, go ahead.
Sorry, would it be an option to hire more patrol personnel and not promote?
It would still not alleviate the supervisory lack that we have. So the idea would be promoting from within, and then replacing those 2 promoted positions with 2 patrol officers.
Thank you.
And the one other variation would be promoting 1 to sergeant and hiring 1 new person. That doesn't give you the even balance of an even number of sergeants/supervisors.
It alleviates 1 shift, 1 platoon. So as I mentioned before, the A and the B. So wherever that second sergeant would be during that rotation. So they work 12-hour shifts every other weekend off. So 1 week, there would be 2 days in the work week that would be covered 24 hours a day. And the next week there would be 4. So, I mean, it alleviates half of the problem.
It leaves you part of the problem, but that would be if when we're finally get down to crunching numbers, that would be an option to do 1 this year and 1 next year.
I wouldn't say no.
You wouldn't say
I
that?
mean, if we're gonna baby step and that's the direction the council chooses, then
Just for curiosity's sake, if they did give you like just 2 people, no additional sergeants, or if they gave you just 1, would you look at a possibility of shifting your schedule? Because I know we talked in the past about possibly an 8-hour shift instead of a 12-hour shift.
8-hour shift, that's gonna leave us vacancies to have, coverage, where there'll be days where without 2 additional bodies even pulling 8-hour shifts, because then we've just got more time that we're trying to cover.
Right, but with the, yourself in the captain position and the and the assistant chief position, wouldn't supervision be there? And then the sergeants could take over for the other shifts where they're not?
It wouldn't be around the clock, 7 days a week, though. Yeah, the problem we have is, like I mentioned in the first presentation, is without having an administrative assistant, anybody to answer the phones, anybody to fill the records function, to do lobby traffic, that's mainly tasks between me and the assistant chief. Anything from vacation questions to directions. So it's problematic to say, all right, I'll work the day shift, the assistant chief will work the night shift, the captain will work, or afternoons, the captain would work the midnight shift. it's gonna really stretch us thin on the other administrative stuff that we have to take care of.
I just didn't know if this rescheduling would also help alleviate some of the.
Yeah,
burden.
I looked at that last year to potentially propose an 8-hour shift and see if there was a way that we could get adequate coverage with less bodies, and even with the 8-hour shift. And that's, my entire career was spent doing 8-hour shifts, and we're still 2 bodies short to effectively have the coverage that we need, that I feel that we need.
Thank you.
So include 3 options, please.
Well, I'm not really sure how you want that presented. So you want different police budgets?
Promote 2 sergeants and hire 2 officers. Promote 1 sergeant and hire 1 officer.
Or zero.
Don't promote and don't hire.
2, 1, none.
I would like to say, Chief, real quick, looking at the operations side of your budget, you were able to cut up and tighten up your numbers this year. I appreciate that.
Yes, thank
You were
you.
able to only come in with that additional 32,000 under contract services. You were able to still come in only just $4,000 more than last year.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks?
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
I think your department's doing a great job. You're doing a fine job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald, for your information.
guess, how did you guys start out with the police department, or how do you want me to proceed?
Go ahead and go over what you think your priorities are.
As far as the budget itself, I think last year we cut several line items, decreased some operational things. Currently in this year's budget, vehicle repair and maintenance is, so far, knock on wood, we haven't had any major repairs that have depleted that line item. Is that one area that we could decrease a little bit? Yes, but the more we decrease it, the more it makes me a little bit nervous to not have that funding there if we do need it. There's a lot of things that can break. Couple of the areas, uniforms, that line item, I've kept the same from last year. We decreased it the first year, the first budget that I came here. We're still buying as much turnout gear, trying to buy 5 to 6 sets a year to stay on a replacement plan. And that line item also includes pants, shirts, polo shirts, coats, boots, all of that stuff. So I don't really want to lower it further. I've had the discussion about training and the importance I see in training and its effect on organizational morale and operational effectiveness. So there's not a lot of fat in the budget, to be perfectly blunt and honest.
Yeah, the things you're requesting.
So it's the Jacob's Ladder, the radios, and the vehicle.
Jacob's Ladder, if, I got a priority on fitness. We replaced a few things this year. Jacob's Ladder, if you say cut it, I can cut it. Is it an absolute need? No, but improving our fitness program on a regular basis and updating equipment. The one item in there is potential, depending on if we don't have any major repairs. Mr. Marziano and I already discussed two things optional. One that I would prioritize is the vehicle stabilization struts that are presented on here. If our budget this year allows, we might look at proposing to you all to make that purchase this year. But not ready to do that yet, just as we get down towards the end of the year and Tara tells us to stop spending money. That may be something we look at doing to alleviate from next year's budget. The other thing we discussed, the smart board for the emergency operations center at the firehouse and the training room.
We went ahead and went over that during the public infrastructure.
Okay, so I don't,
The only
Sorry.
thing you have left
I
on
know
this
you were
is
on the phone
truck.
call. I think it's
Truck.
just the truck at this point. Your chalkboard.
okay. Markers, we don't have a chalkboard anymore. Need the dry erase markers. The pickup truck for the deputy chief, I'm getting close operationally to give him one of our 2 pickup trucks we have available. Just because of all the run around he's doing, he's got to keep his gear in a place. It decreases our ability for the line guys on duty every day to have access to a truck to pull the boat and the jet ski simultaneously. I really don't want to see that taken out of the budget, especially for as much time as he's going to be on the beach and all his activities, and it increases our operations.
Yeah, this would be
Yes.
a new truck.
Yes. And then outside of that is the apparatus capital replacement plan. I have some additional details on that for, basically I have a recommendation and some additional details on how I'd like to move forward with your support and looking at that stuff to get us on track for a plan for vehicle or the big truck replacement plan.
Chief, presently, Deputy Chief Adams, if he has to respond from home when he's not on duty, does he have to come to the station before he goes to on scene?
Yes, there's a couple different variables. Right now, if the times I've been out of town or Richard's been out of town for, more than 2 or 3 days, we'll give him our vehicle so he can have a vehicle to drive from home. Currently, as it is today with Richard and I both in town, at home, he's coming back and forth with his personal vehicle. Most times, he's going to the firehouse to get a pickup truck and then going to the scene. There's been several instances where he would have had to actually drive past the scene, and it was kind of a de-escalating incident already, so he stopped there on his way into the firehouse in his personal vehicle. But anything of escalating nature, he's gonna have to come to the firehouse and get his gear in a pickup truck as a minimum. So that's the current challenge.
So operationally, it's not good.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. Are we making it work? Yes. I may operationally decide to pull one of the on-duty crew pickup trucks and let him use it just out of necessity, and to get us by until July to hopefully get a new one and the fleet back where we need it as far as staff vehicles. All right, next up, anybody else have any questions about those line items? And then I want to talk about the apparatus replacement plan.
Why don't we talk,
The truck,
you're happy with all those? That's what we need to,
we need to,
that's what we need to talk about. Yeah. Do we want the ladder this year? We turned it down last year. The fitness ladder.
So that's in addition to your exercise equipment that you have now. I think you said the last time you got,
you speaking your mic?
Last year we were able to replace a treadmill and some dumbbells that years ago, when Station 2 was built, there was a set of dumbbells and they were split between the two firehouses. So last year, with the money allocated, we replaced a treadmill that was used from one of the HOAs, and we bought another set of dumbbells, so there's a full set at each station, a treadmill at each station.
so John asked you when we could fit it in the existing budget, this year's budget? Was that a yes or a no?
I don't know at this point if there's money available in some of the maintenance, the vehicle maintenance stuff. I would prefer to lean towards potentially, the vehicle stabilization struts, a couple operational things first. Would be my recommendation.
The big thing with this budget is that whatever we cut out of this budget will just go into their reserve, because their revenues are exceeding their expenses. So this isn't gonna affect general fund a whole lot, because it's gonna be whatever it is it's gonna be. So whatever their revenues are gonna come in higher than this budget. And so really the only variable for you guys is what goes into their reserve.
And part of that leads into the next discussion about apparatus replacement and that reserve, a little bit of reserve, you'll see.
While he's looking that up, can y'all check your mics?
The
Make
proposed,
sure they're all on.
the proposed kind of the grand total of the fire department budget is under the fire fee projection. And that leads into the next part about what Tara mentioned, the reserve and being able to build that reserve or use that reserve for capital apparatus replacement moving forward specifically.
Could,
Okay.
before we do that, just to clarify, your budget as presented here represented a $50,000 increase, 51,000 almost increase. And what you're saying is that the projected fire fees now covers that whole budget
Yeah, we got a projection.
without having to go back and raising the fire fees like we did last year.
Correct.
Okay. So all of this can be absorbed without affecting citizens' fire fees
Correct.
at this point in time. And the only impact then is just, there would be a lower amount of money going into the,
The reserve line, I left it 0, and I just put next to it dependent on council direction.
This year or last year, the current budget we're in, we had the projection around $14,000 would go in the capital reserve line. And that ultimately is gonna be dependent on how the budget shakes out through the end of this fiscal year. It potentially is gonna be more, which is a good thing for future capital replacement apparatus. It's kind of the goal and the plan. If we save money, if we, personnel-wise, equipment-wise, all those purchases throughout the year, and at the end of the year, we have more money to put in the reserves to look at those big ticket items, because
The sticker shock of a new truck when it's needed will be lessened by that capital fund.
and
And-
the reality is the sticker shock's gonna be prorated out in terms, because we're gonna pay for it over a number of years, likely.
Yeah, any loan will be also reduced because we'll be able to put more down payment up front.
Yeah.
We could better plan those down payments.
Yeah.
But I also want to remind everybody that because we are developing currently, those fire fees are going to be more than this budget. So that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
The latest projection, we're just shy of what the latest projection is right now, right? Last time I saw a number. Just 19, the last 1969 for the budget. Last number I saw was 2.
2,015,000.
Okay, yeah, so we're within 100,000 of what we're expecting to get.
Okay.
So, I mean, the point being is, we're not over the fire fees with these requests.
Yeah, so it's hard to make an argument why we can't afford to buy them, pay for this stuff.
Right.
Correct.
I'm very good with giving you everything you need here.
the,
You,
before you say that, let's talk about capital truck replacement, because the first budget meeting was very vague, kind of gave you the plan, kind of the capital apparatus replacement plan, and started discussion about the truck or apparatus in general, with some different options, and I just got those numbers the night before and the morning of when I was sitting here before the budget meeting, so I wanted to present those and kind of, I think, maybe Mr. Borman asked for me to come back with a recommendation on how I foresee us proceeding, so that was one thing that I wanted to at least present to you, and, I don't have all the concrete answers and numbers yet, but I can tell you kind of my recommendation and some things Mr. Marziano and I talked about, and a few more things we have to work out. But, so, in the initial budget presentation, kind of outlined there the big apparatus that we have. So, I've talked with OSFM and the state DOI. I've talked with our neighbor.
What do those letters mean?
the State Fire Marshal's office and the Department of Insurance and some of our rating things. So I've gotten that feedback and on some different questions related to operations and trucks and vehicles. So the recommendation, you know, I'll give you at the end of this is, within those, parameters. I've also talked to, the chiefs in Ocean Isle, well, the assistant chief in Ocean Isle and the chief in Calabash, and they can support us, operationally as well, with our good working relationship, so. But some numbers initially, and I can send this out via email later, or you can jot down the numbers, but I told you previously that I requested a broker come and evaluate our ladder truck and our oldest two engines. They came back with prices, the oldest engine, which is a 1996, offering $10,000 to purchase by June 9th of this year. For the 01 engine, 2001 engine, they offered $27,500 if the purchase occurs before June 9th of next year. They also offered $275,000 for our ladder truck if the sale occurs before July 9th of 2020. If the sale doesn't occur until June 9th of 2021, they're offering $235,000. So, I spoke previously about my goal of going from 5 big apparatus to 4. Operationally, I think we're sound that way. With previous purchasing of apparatus, there was an engine bought in 2013, there was an engine bought in 2015. My recommendation and goal is to get on a plan to buy a big apparatus every 5 years instead of several in a row. It's easier to budget, it's easier to plan, it's easier to rotate apparatus into a useful life cycle by doing it that way. By reducing the fleet from 5 to 4, we are sound operationally. It will ultimately decrease some maintenance, repair issues that occur as trucks get up in age, 15, 20 years old. Obviously, it decreases the carbon footprint by having one less big truck on the road routinely. So there's those positives as well. Throw tires and whatnot of big trucks, and there's typically big routine expenses.
What's your recommendation?
All right. My recommendation is for the sale of the ladder truck as soon as possible. Ocean Isle Calabash will help us out with responses with their ladders. We also have one in Little River and Shalot if something big happens. In the meantime, put a committee together, put a request for proposals for a new Quint engine and ladder apparatus, and bring those recommendations after, or open the request for proposals, and use the money from the sale of the current truck as a down payment for a new truck, and then I'll work with Tara and look at financing to decrease, have the smallest finance possibility, and spread that out over 10 years. So we will have one truck going off the books as far as a payment in 2025, and then every 5 years keeping that cycle. And the goal with financing will be to remain within the fire fee money with the down payment that we get. And when that new truck arrives, we'll look to sell the oldest, the 96 engine. So then that way we get to 4 big trucks, and then 5 years from now, we'll be looking at 2025, looking to replace the 01. And we get on standard replacement plan.
So you're suggesting that you want to sell the existing ladder,
Correct.
which would give you how much you,
$275,000 if we make it happen before July 9th, 2020.
then you would place an order for a new replacement truck, a ladder truck?
Yes, if I have your support, I've already got an idea and some specs in mind. I'll put a committee together of a few more staff personnel on the fire department. We'll get a request for proposals put together and put that out, essentially to bid for, different companies to go through the bid process, and then we'll work through that.
So-
We're probably looking at 15 months. If you give me the go-ahead today, by the time we have a truck sitting in the driveway, it's probably 15 months.
So this would be a like-for-like replacement?
No.
No, we
No.
talked about in the last meeting, I think, you asked a couple of questions. I'm proposing we'll probably go towards a Quint that has more water on it. It'll still have a ladder, a different type of ladder, shorter wheelbase, which I think is especially important with our community. The current ladder truck has two axles. I'm gonna be looking at, or it has two rear axles. I'll be looking at front and rear axle, shorten the wheelbase, more dynamic for some of the neighborhoods and on the island. Ladder length will be similar, maybe not quite the 100-foot, but it's gonna be similar operationally.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards not a bucket at the end of it, but as far as aerial master stream and rescue with the ladder, we're still gonna have those capabilities, so.
Your anticipation of cost would be, like you got down here, or something else?
Probably 900,000.
Oh, okay.
900 to $1 million, depending on manufacturer and exactly, so.
Okay.
Those are some of the details that have to work out with the request for proposal.
Okay.
And, go ahead.
I'm just looking at the timeline. So we, put the request for proposal out, sell it for 275. So, get the truck that you want, then the 275 would be the money that in this fiscal year that we're budgeting now would be used as the down payment. And then our next year budget, we would be addressing the payment plan for the out years to actually pay the rest of it off.
And with,
So we don't need, I mean, it would be, we're not putting money into it from our budget now.
no, and some of the capital reserve that potentially gets established from this year and the next budget, that's something we can look at and address, whether we add that capital money to the 275 to put a bigger down payment and reduce the payment plan. Those are things that myself and Ms. Drop will look at and what's financially.
Yeah. And the
Well,
idea
sound-
is we carry the 2001 engine out for another 5 years, basically.
It'll go to a more reserve status than it is now, so I'm comfortable doing that, and hopefully we don't have any major repairs. It fills in when needed, and
Yeah.
then in 5 years, it'll be 24 years old, so
Yeah.
it'll be time for it to.
And you're
You
comfortable that
think-
our mutual aid agreements will bring a ladder truck in here if we need it for a fire?
Right now, any structure fire, Ocean Isle brings their ladder, which is a Quint, a similar type truck on everything. I talked to Chief Bork in Calabash, and he was supportive of not only this, and he said any structure fire, he can send his ladder. And he also, we briefly discussed the possibility of them being in the market for a new Quint type apparatus as well, so he said if our if you all are supportive, we may look at, could we make twins with the same manufacturer So really it would improve operations between the two departments anyway. Same truck, personnel trained, could essentially operate any one without any issues, but that's a whole nother discussion between him and I.
Would we get a better price if
I've,
One get one?
the locality is buying 2 trucks rather than 1?
neighboring localities. I've been a part of several purchases like that before. Several years ago, we bought, 2 different jurisdictions bought medic units, and we saved about $5,000, which $5,000's $5,000.
Yep.
I've been a part of 30-foot fireboat twins, and we saved $10,000 or $15,000, but those were $300,000 purchases. Engines, it's challenging because of the different jurisdictional needs, so potentially.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know,
Yeah.
anything's something, so.
Somewhere along past lines, I thought, why would it take long to get a fire truck? I guess they're not sitting on a lot. They're all custom built.
Yeah, there's some, commercial chassis that they put on different things, but yeah, you can't just go to the lot and buy one
Okay.
unless it's used. I've been a part of medic units being built, fire engines, rescue trucks, boats, and the process. And ultimately, a committee of people will go to whichever factory, you know, the manufacturer would choose, probably pre-construction, mid-construction, end construction, final approval, before we hand them over a check, and it's a process.
One technical question. Would the Quint, its ability to pump water, be just as efficient and effective as the ladder truck we have now? I know a lot depends on the water pressure out of the hydrants, but
Absolutely, it's gonna have at least a 1,500 gallon a minute, or probably 1,500 gallon a minute pump and the ladder, so it'll have the capabilities of an engine and ladder capabilities, so we can get a ladder on the scene at every fire right away, because it's gonna run frontline. Engine capabilities, all that's, yes.
Well, for the benefit of the other council members, things like Joe's truck and a down payment on the new Quint, I thought that was something that would come out of the fund balance. And fire fees are paying for it, the trade-in or sale of the other engine. I think this is all good, and I say we go for it.
Agree?
yes?
So just to be clear, we're talking about selling the ladder truck and moving forward with the possibility of getting the committee together for an RFP for the Quint.
Yes.
All right,
And keep putting money into the capital fund.
right.
I'll get to work on it.
Anything else for the fire budget?
I have one other question. Getting the RFP together for the new truck, can that go on ahead and be done?
Yeah, he can go ahead and form his committee to go ahead and
Yeah,
get their specs. That committee will take about a month anyway, at a minimum, to get together what they want to put in their RFP, so he'll go ahead and get started on that. I think he's already been putting together ideas anyway.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
we've got some, I've got some stuff underway. I'm gonna get a few more people involved. We'll get a proposal together, or RFP stuff, so we can essentially get that out. And at the end of the day, that's gonna give us what the final dollar amount's gonna be.
See if we can get a military discount too.
I might need your help.
Be glad to help.
All right, thank you, Paul.
We doing accommodations, or did you guys do that already, or?
Not yet. Do you want to go ahead? y'all wanna go ahead and skip to accommodations?
Sure.
Beach patrol?
Yes.
Tab,
We're only really asking for the jet ski though, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's
it.
pretty much the same.
tab 18.
Jet ski instead of
Yeah,
UTV.
it's just whatever you're asking for, so it's just the
18.
jet ski. Really.
Isn't this just a jet ski?
It's
Yeah.
just the jet ski.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts on replacement of the jet ski?
Jet ski this year instead of the UTVs, trying to get them on a replacement plan as well.
So we're basically talking about jet ski, UTV, jet ski.
Yep.
As we go downtown, and that's.
Basically, 2 of the John Deere UTVs, 2 of the John Deere UTVs, jet ski. Try to keep it in that rotation as long as the John Deeres hold up.
They seem to be lasting a little bit better, right?
Yeah, based off of last year, the wear and tear they experienced on the beach, we're predicting they're gonna last 3 years instead of the old purchases we made that some of the other manufacturers were getting 2 years out of. So they're a little bit cheaper than previous. Basically, we bought 2 John Deeres for the price of one of the other models. They're holding up, they're lower speed, they're working well in the sand.
I'm good with that.
I'm also good with it, even thinking that we don't know where the accommodations tax are gonna be. These are things we need, that the fire department and the beach patrol need to, serve our citizens and visitors.
What happens if the accommodations tax doesn't cover this cost?
The current one?
Yeah.
I mean, right now we're in a lull with accommodation tax, but it just kinda depends what May and June look like, because that's our next round of accommodations tax for this current year. So I'm not sure what it's gonna look like right now. But this will be July or after. I've got something in my eye.
So if accommodations tax comes in below what we've projected, would we still purchase this, or?
This-
We
How-
always
how
have
would
the
it be
option
pa-
to
how would it
not
be paid for?
purchase it.
Yeah, we always have the option, but this would probably be purchased, what you're thinking this season? Like July, August? So this would be one of the more upfront, most likely what it end up doing is hurting next year's concert series. I mean, we're talking 15,000 here, we're talking 35 to 40,000 for it. So, you know, if accommodations comes in way under, then there's just less money, it's less money that we get to spend on the concerts potentially, or it's less money that gets wrapped around back to the general, fund.
How,
As-
sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. That's what I was gonna ask about. You know, this last year, or for this current year, we've got budgeted a little over $200,000 of accommodation tax to go back into our general fund,
Mhm.
which means
That number.
we didn't
not.
use the accommodation tax on anything, right?
That was just what we budgeted, so we
Yeah.
budgeted 500,000 for, anticipated accommodations tax.
Yeah,
So whatever gets transferred depends on how the revenues come in and what expenses we had.
And we
It's
do that at the
just-
end of the year.
yeah. No, I understand that. Then this year, you're
Banking on 182.
thinking that there would be 182 left over on the accommodation tax to go back into our general fund.
Correct.
So,
Because other
so if we
expenses-
have a valid reason to use accommodation tax for something to support our beach patrol, we've got the money to do that. And it just reduces the amount that would go into the general fund at the end of the year.
Correct.
Okay.
So my way of looking at it is, it seems like we're striving to get to a replacement cycle on all of our equipment.
Yes,
And
Yeah.
so it seems like we're actually on pretty much a solid replacement cycle for the most part with this. So now that we've gotten to that point, I think we should try to keep on that if we can.
I agree. And the jet ski is roughly the same cost as two of the UTVs. And so this 16,000 is an annual line item for
Pretty much.
keeping the beach patrol going. Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of my plan that kind
Yeah,
of made
yeah.
sense in my head, and I
Yeah,
put it on paper.
yeah.
and-
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
And just as a note on accommodation tax, when we get it, it's not like we get the lump sum at the beginning of the year. I mean, we'll get the last payment after the beginning of the fiscal year, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I won't get,
You won't get
I won't
June's.
get June until the end of July. It's
Yeah,
one of
so-
those, cause there's some revenues I don't get until the end of September that I have to accrue, and that's why our audit isn't due until the end of October.
Yeah, so we won't really know, accommodations will be impacted month to month. So we'll have a pretty good idea moving into the next season if we're gonna be able to do next season's stuff. But this season and the startup, I don't really foresee there being a problem. All right, anything else with fire? I don't think so.
Nope.
Thanks, chief. Have a seat.
Are we going to finish accommodations tax since we're there?
We
Thank,
can.
thank you,
Is
Paul.
there-
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
The only
The
other item.
nonprofits.
We've got the dump trailer and the bathroom trailer to discuss, and then
Yeah.
the nonprofits, but we don't have all the applications in, right?
Yeah, I haven't had a whole lot of participation yet, so, but then we have until the end of March for that.
So if you want, we can talk about the dump trailer.
Well, we must talk about that when we do the departments then.
Okay.
The
You just
dump,
want-
the dump trailer is DPW, right?
Yeah, and the bathrooms.
Yeah, and the bathrooms, yeah, okay.
You just wanna hold off until. you
Just,
saw-
just hold off,
Okay.
yes. yeah.
Let me go back one step. You don't have any applications?
I have a
From-
couple, but not a lot. I haven't opened them, cause I haven't gotten all of them. I'm gonna reach out to some of the ones that have in the past and just make sure that they realize that we're taking them.
Tab 10, inspections. If y'all recall, Mr. White's not really asking for anything other than operations.
The only thing is probably is gonna change, as far as our travel, all that's come to a halt as of today. They delayed our stuff until 2021 as far as, picking up any additional, classes and continue education, and so we'll have to double up, sometime after, December of this year. So I printed an email earlier this morning, from the Department of Insurance. So as far as that, our travel won't be quite as much as what you're looking at.
But you'll still be able
We'll-
to make it this year if you
we'll
can, right?
If all possible.
So that your total budget is coming down 39,000. Am I reading that right?
So part of that is because I split planning and inspections. And I'm trying to align it. These two departments aren't gonna be really, I'm trying to split it to where it needs to be, but the increase, decrease isn't really gonna be completely accurate, just
Okay.
because it's the first year I'm splitting it. And that's just so that we have more accurate reporting for the inspection fees, and then and just taking planning out of it, because right now I have to go through each line and each expense and decide if that's expensions or planning, so, and takes a lot of time, a little tedious, so this will just make that a lot easier.
Okay.
And all this,
Really-
oh, I'm sorry,
oh.
Chair.
It's okay.
I was gonna say, all this is due to the House bill, as you recall, last time in the last budget workshop. 255 is the reason we're having to split it out.
And you're seeing that drop because the amended budget for the truck that we're going to go ahead and replacing this year got included in here. So part of that 39,000 is that 32 that we just amended the budget with.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, these departments went through and tried to tighten up their numbers, just like every other department has, to reduce operating costs and get them closer to what they think they're going to be. So,
This looked good to me.
any inspections questions?
Yeah. The half position is both departments split, Cindy?
Cindy, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Since she clerks the planning board, board of adjustment, and operates the permitting for Todd.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Gary.
you.
Tab 11's planning. I presented Mr. Rademacher's last time and Carrie did too. But you got anything to add or discuss?
No,
How
the
did he handle the pay cut?
He doesn't know about the pay cut yet. I was gonna let y'all surprise him. Surprise.
In the current economy, I'm very pleased to be here at the town of Sunset Beach.
Well, first thing I see is, there goes the 39 in savings.
Yeah.
Basically, the only thing we're really asking for in this year's budget, and it's going to be split between the remainder of this one and next year, is the 160D updates that you all approved at your last council meeting for the COG to work with us so we can update our ordinances to meet the new general statutes. Other than that, everything is operational. Obviously, we've had a lot of growth over the past year, potentially, with approved plans, and anticipate some additional growth once everything gets back to normal.
Carrie's still here.
Yeah.
There was no flexibility in that new ordinance that lets us handle the planning functions out of the inspection fees?
Under the House bill?
Yeah.
Oh, no, sir.
No, the specific language says inspection, money collected for inspections is to be spent on the inspections department. So a lot of municipalities over the last few years have been splitting out their people to make it easier. But as we said last time, that also includes overhead, so some of that money can go towards utilities for the building and whatnot for their uses, office supplies, everything like that.
Liability?
Yeah, contracted services,
Okay.
all that stuff.
I'm good with this.
All right,
You have a job for another year.
that's all I'm asking for, 1 year at a time.
Tab 12 is streets. Do we want to talk mini excavator first?
Yeah, it's, well, half the mini excavator, the truck, and then opposition.
Right. Let's start off with the mini excavator. Well, yeah, let's go ahead and start off with the mini excavator, so that'll help with the stormwater discussion as well.
Well, like I said, the mini excavator was going to be a split between Public Works and Stormwater. It will give us the capabilities to clean up some ditches, also give us some capabilities to keep the right-of-ways mowed with a side mount bush hog that will mount to it. And also it gives you a little bit more flexibility, because right now with the backhoe, if you try to dig, you only got left or right or in front of you. You don't have an option like this piece of machinery where you can do a 360. So some of the easements or some of the areas that we get down into where it's tight at, the backhoe won't fit, this here will. And plus they'll be able to, if we back the trailer in there to load dirt or anything like that, we'll be able to swing around and dump it in the trailer down some of our easements that we have.
It also gives us on-demand use.
Yes.
If a problem crops up, we can actually respond to it in some of these tighter confines, as opposed to having to rent, deliver, assuming someone has it in stock for us to rent.
So this cost of 42.5,
It's half.
It's half.
that's half.
Yes.
The other half would come out of the stormwater department.
We won't need no other trucks or trailers. We have all that already, so to move it around, it won't be a problem with the equipment we have already have now.
So did you imply, Hiram, that it's not possible to rent this equipment, or?
No, I'm saying. Well, okay, do you have something else on that? We'll bring John up for part of this conversation, but no, my implication isn't that it can't be rented. I'm saying we
Can't
can
be?
get it on demand
Oh,
by
yeah.
using, if one of our easements, let's say something happened with one of our easements, we gotta go clean it out right now because of that heavy rain we just had. Instead of letting the homeowner suffer for several days while we go rent the equipment, deliver it, get all that secured, we can go address it today.
Plus with the equipment, we're looking at the cleanout bucket, the digging bucket, the bush hog head, to go with it.
And I was just gonna say that in my
Microphone.
updated presentation here from the last budget workshop, I've got down here an estimate of $10,000 to $15,000 per year to rent. And I've inquired about leasing, long-term leases, and I'm still waiting to hear back on that. So I'm looking at different options in lieu of just straight-out purchase. And I wanted to throw that out there, but
And with that, say 15,000 a year for rentals, how long do we think this mini excavator should last with proper maintenance?
proper maintenance,
Well, the backhoe is 7 years that we got now.
it'd be 10, 15 years.
Yeah, 10, 15.
And that rental cost is for half the year. In other words, that's planning around, planning your job so you have it available, not the whole year. That's just if you rent it for 6 months out of the year, whenever you need it, which is doable. It's just a different option.
So are we gonna, I don't know, I'd like to see the leasing cost,
That's what I was gonna say.
but
All right, we can hold off on that while we look at the
Yeah.
costs.
Agreed.
All right, we'll move
All
on.
right, the need sounds justified, and even with a purchase, over time, it's justified. I guess the question would be whether we need to do it this year or not.
Right.
And if we go into the or not, we go back into the scenario that Councilman Nern's been describing about previous councils continuing to put off, rather than give us the capability to do what we need to do.
Sounds good?
So if we had the mini excavator, would it eliminate the need for the bigger backhoe?
No.
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 They operate two separate functions.
Yeah, the front, with the backhoe, you got the front bucket. We use the forks to move wood, stuff around like that, with the front bucket and fill holes in with it. With the mini, you don't have that. And plus, if we have a storm, we use it to pick up storm debris also.
Let's move on to your truck bid.
This is to replace a 2008 with a 2020 F-150. It's four-door. Same thing as, proposing now is the same thing as crew cabs, four-door, four-wheel drive. The old one has 179,000 miles on it, 500 miles on it right now. And it's 12 years old. I'd just like to switch it out and get a new one in the place of it.
that sounds reasonable to me, considering the mileage and the age. What, last year, didn't we put off a truck?
I didn't
No,
ask for a
we-
truck, not last year.
No, last year we didn't ask for one. The year before we got one.
Yeah, year before.
So you're asking for a truck, and Stormwater's asking for the same kind of truck as well?
Yes, basically, yes.
And yours is a replacement of one that's well-used,
Yes.
Right.
It is,
and Stormwater's is an addition to the fleet.
yes.
Okay. I say yes for this one.
I suppose after 179,000 miles, you said?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Once the new one is bought, you'll be able to buy that old one.
Road paving costs, that's pretty accurate. I know we're going up.
Yes. It's still, 258,000 coming out of the streets, out of the general, and 142 coming out of Powellville to, help with the paving.
So this was adjusted in other, spots. I kind of combined it. And I still need to look at it more, but, so we decided to take, just the paving part out of Powellville of 142,000, but then, you were saying that this year was gonna be more than last year, 100,000 more.
Yes,
So it's possible that we could use more out of Powell bill and less out of general fund too. I just need to look at where our Powell bill is standing. And what we use this year.
When will we see where it's standing?
I'll do that before the next budget meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
And his last request would be the personnel.
yeah, I'd like to, hire, or get me back to a equipment operator. Right now I have just three guys, and I'd like to get back to a fourth guy. So, but, the equipment operator, I probably could promote from inside and advertise for a maintenance worker, one or two, to, help us out. Cause the season's coming up, and, we do trash out on the beach every day during the summer months. And that only gives me one guy out mowing or other tasks that has to be done, while the other guys are taking care of the rest.
What's the difference between a maintenance worker 1 and 2?
I've asked that question too. I think the 2 requires all their CDLs and, the ability to spray and things like that, which is what all
Yeah.
our guys have been working towards.
Yeah, they have been working towards getting their license to spray Roundup or pesticides. And also, they're working towards their CDLs, and matter of fact, they all have their CDLs now, Class Bs.
Whereas a 1 wouldn't have everything.
Right.
So you're asking for 2 people?
No, one
That
person.
was a typo.
That was a typo.
That's a
Just
typo.
one, just one,
Okay,
This is,
just one.
that's,
replacing, getting them back to a 5-member team.
yeah,
Department head and 4 staff members,
yeah,
3 of which are, maintenance workers, 1 of which is an equipment operator.
yeah.
So if he promotes from within, he's just gotta replace a maintenance worker.
Yes.
Or
Or vice versa.
And the situation last year where you lost your senior person was pending retirement, and we were able to keep him in stormwater because of changing the physical requirements of the job.
correct.
And
Yeah.
so, but that's where you gave him up and you didn't get any replacement.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else in here?
At this stage, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I am too.
Have to wait and see, I guess, where we end up with.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
for right now, I'm good.
April meeting is gonna be challenging.
Yes.
Yes. Dinner?
So anything else for streets?
The multi-year plan, did you get,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
cost?
I've got one, the proposal come in this morning, I haven't really read it, so I'd like to, read it and look over it, and come back to y'all at the next budget meeting with that.
But that's the getting someone to actually get us on a resurfacing
Yes.
plan.
The multi-year plan to, look at all our roads.
Yeah, they'll come and check out our roads,
Yeah,
review everything, and actually give us a development plan as opposed to us eyeballing most of it. They'll be,
Yeah.
engineered basis.
but still, it's, won't be over 10,000.
Do it.
I'm good.
While he's up here,
I know.
is there
Stormwater?
anything? Well, I know stormwater's next, but is there
Oh,
anything
just,
else?
well, the dump trailer and the bathroom trailer.
Yeah,
That was it.
out of accommodations. The bathroom trailers, should accommodations come up short, we wouldn't order that until late in the year anyway.
Yeah.
And we could have a better idea of that. So that'd be where that, we could make a late in the game change if need be.
And this is a continuation of sort of the program we started last year?
Yeah.
Where we
Yeah.
needed to update both of the
Yes.
the portable bathrooms.
So we're just staggering them a year out.
And we determined that we really, for both CAMA reasons and financial reasons, it was not beneficial to build a permanent restroom facility out there.
Right.
Brick and mortar restroom
Right.
facility. Okay, so we don't have to repeat that analytic process.
Didn't you take a bathroom out of service last year? You had some work to do on it?
Yeah, I take them out of service every year.
So-
They do
But
maintenance
wasn't
to
there
'em.
one that was taken out of service permanently?
No, there's.
No?
No,
No, it's back.
It's back. We just took it out and done maintenance work to it, and, then we put it back.
They get repaired, painted,
Yeah,
touched up.
yeah, I go through them and,
The public puts these things
Yeah.
through hell.
Didn't we buy one last year, though?
Well,
When-
we're
buy it.
purchasing it this year, it's
Yeah.
gonna be delivered in the next few months.
Okay, that's,
matter of fact, it's going in production early.
I think that's
Okay.
Yeah.
what Tom was referring to. 'cause
Yeah,
he was
So it
talking
might
yeah.
get here-
Holding that for the parks and things also.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it might be
yeah.
here earlier than what we thought on the
Okay.
new one.
all right.
So we're good with the bathroom. And like I said, it could be a late game come March if revenues aren't looking like they're looking, we'll just pull it. So, the dump trailer, which is only about $7,600.
Yeah, I also got, Mr. Nern asked me to get another price for a trailer. I got one from A1 for, 7,300, for same size dump trailer. The only thing is, it's not what you say really a heavy-duty trailer. It's a little bit, lighter, but it's the same size as the one that, I'm looking at getting. Then, one off of, Auto Trailer, it was, same size, but it was 8,495 for that one, for the other trailer, same size.
And the original one that you proposed,
The original one comes from Gore's Trailer. It's
7,600.
76.
and that was heavy-duty?
Yeah, it's a heavy duty. It also comes with a spare tire where the A1 does not, so, we don't have a tire for that one. But it also comes with an undercoating spray, frame where the A1 does not.
And so the,
What's the difference in the price? $1,000?
Either 300 or not.
300
yeah,
I think. The Gore's trailer's 7542, and the A1 is, 7,300.
okay,
$240 difference.
okay. And the less expensive one was also the light, not the heavy-duty one without the extra tire?
Right,
And
I'm
the
doing it.
undercoating and stuff like that?
Correct.
No, I'm okay with
Given what
that.
we're using and what we're doing with it, we want to have a heavy-duty one, I'd say.
I think so.
Say the one that you have in the proposal is a good one.
Yes. It comes with, this here comes with a tarp on already built into it on the front of it, where the A1 does not have that, so we can, instead of me having to keep buying tarps to fit in it, this here actually will cover the whole bed. There's another option that comes with this one.
All right. And that gets paid out of the accommodation tax?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. I'm good with that.
I'm good.
Good.
Yes.
Any of his other budgets need to be,
So, I mean, Dustin's involved with the sanitation, environmental protection, but that's just landfill, and then our brush bandit, which we're doing an
Yeah,
RFP
there's
for,
RFP.
I believe.
Yes, there is.
And so that could change, but, we don't know that yet, so it's not really something to decide on. And then environmental protection, the only thing that we need to discuss in there is how much we wanna have in for the natural disaster, which is, I'm not sure why that line isn't there, but it's the, 10-473000650, and it should say natural disaster there, but I lost some sales. So it's budgeted at 100,000. Last year we had in 50,000. I just put 100,000 in there, and that's for you all to discuss how much you wanna have in there for in case we have a hurricane, basically, or a tornado, or any
Yeah.
kind of natural disaster.
and this is the money that we use properly in our budget, so we don't have to come for a budget amendment to conduct operations for cleanup. And plus, FEMA, where they reimburse, you may not see that money back for 3 years. So
Yeah.
we need to budget at least something every year for this, so that we're in the clear, that we show that we're doing something to protect. 100,000 is a good number for a bad situation.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
I'm good.
You good?
because the other one
Beach
is
erosion?
beach erosion, but
It's
we
its own
pretty much
fund.
put the same amount in there. It doesn't have
Yeah.
anything to do with general funds.
Yeah. This is where our walkways come out of, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, our walkway repairs, plus we're looking at some grant money to help with the walkway repairs too, to lessen the impact on the beach erosion fund.
Is that fund sitting at, I think last year it was at around 900,000?
Yeah, it's around a million. Oh, I have it in here. I can't tell you what I've gotten in this year for it yet, but. $1.3 million is where it was at June 30th. And so we got 370,000 added to that last year. So it's probably gonna be close to 1.5, 1.6 million at June 30th of this year.
And which
Best
was this
guess.
again?
That's the beach
Beach
erosion
erosion
fund.
fund.
That's,
It's,
that's,
All we
what-
really can use it for is our walkways right now.
Yeah,
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Cause that's part of that occupancy tax, the 3, 2, 1.
but that's the part that'll come in handy if we do actually get hit by a storm.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Stormwater.
Thank you, Dustin.
This is the last one,
It's
right?
the last one.
Yeah.
I'll be quick.
Stormwater.
Like, I'm gonna hand this out. Updated this scope of form.
Thank you, sir.
Rocky.
Sir.
Thank you.
Sterilize these before you gave it to us?
I did. Wash my hands for 20 seconds.
What about the paper?
Yeah.
It's
It's clean. It's clean. Okay, I went over and updated what I had last time. Hopefully this is a little clearer than when I presented the last budget workshop, but the professional services line item, I'm asking it to be increased approximately $8,500. That line item includes engineering cost associated with our major projects and $30,000 for GIS services for next year. And then the next line item is infrastructure repair and maintenance. And I'm asking for an increase from $200,000 to $300,000 to continue with the capital improvement plan implementation.
It looks like a decrease on here because of the amendment we had throughout the year. The original budget was 200,000, but we did the amendment for 159.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, capital outlay, the mini excavator, I just listed some of the benefits of having that. Outlined, 3 options there, like I mentioned previously. One would be to rent, and if we rented it for 6 months out of the year, it would be approximately $10,000 to $15,000 per year. Purchase, as you know, is $85,000, split, I should have put 42.5 on there. And then, annual lease, and back and forth with a couple different leasing companies to try to zero in on that to see if that might be a better option or not. So that's the mini excavator. Pickup truck, options there would be to utilize a surplus vehicle from another department. That old, truck that Dustin's replacing would be fine. It's got 170,000 miles on it, but we don't go out of town limits with it, we don't travel with it. It's, there's a reason it's the #1 selling truck in this country. It's an F-150, it's still running good. So that would be fine for our purposes. But if you'd rather buy a new truck, that's fine too. I don't think we need to. John, your other truck you're using is also a 2007 hand-me-down? Correct. So both your vehicles would be on the replacement list in a year or two, regardless, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they're running fine right now, but yes.
The only, the only thing I think about, excuse me, you using another hand-me-down is the mileage. What if you had a major repair,
That's a good point.
needed a transmission or an engine or whatever?
I'm not sure what the difference in what you would get from it, from a surplus standpoint would be. One with or without a running, you know, it might be significant. But I'm not sure what the value would be in surplus right now for that truck, but.
I'm not
I
sure,
understand.
179,000 miles on a pickup truck that's how many years old is gonna have much of a market value.
No,
Well, the one thing I don't want to do is say, okay, use that, and then have to make a budget amendment to buy a truck in September.
Well, to be fair, the vehicle Dustin wants to replace has been a good vehicle. The reason it's lasted so long is because it has been a good vehicle. Couldn't we squeeze another year or two out of it with stormwater using it? Potentially. But like my point still being that one or another vehicle for him is gonna come up in a year or two. If they're both in their early, mid-2000s models.
and the other issue I didn't mention, I have talked to fire chief about this, about his desire to possibly use it on the weekends, the older truck on the beach, in lieu of taking a newer truck on the beach. We talked briefly about that previously, so, which would be available as well to use that and cut down on the wear and tear and salt environment that you experience when you put a truck on the beach.
The, that truck to use on the weekends on the beach would be just back and forth, up and down the beach, or?
No, for the guys that go out in the evening after 7 and pick up the van that's chairs,
Oh.
trash, instead of beating them. We put a couple dents and a couple of pickups last year just out of search of working. So trying to use an older model or something that can be used, not abused, but less worried about banging out.
Would there be utility in us going ahead and buying a new truck, yet keeping this one to use as a spare for that type of function, rather than beating up the new truck? And then we'll, it's gonna bite the dust at some point, but that's,
Yeah, there could be, it would get used, it wouldn't just sit around. So, I mean, if it's still serviceable and usable instead of putting on surplus, and we can make use of it, we would.
And
You're making it hard for me to say, yes, let's get a new truck.
I'm not trying to, though. It makes sense. There's pluses and minuses either way. I understand that. We can do, depending on how it turns out in April, we can do whatever we need to do to try to work with the budget and within what we have available. And then personnel, we previously presented, and I've put a little more detail here. What I think would be important, and probably out of this list, the most important maybe, would be a stormwater program technician that I see to perform paraprofessional services for the total stormwater program. And I say paraprofessional services in addition to field work. Whatever, this position would also need to be out doing physical work as well, but to be able to train somebody to do the things associated with management of the total program and moving forward with a capital plan. I think that would be an important position to have on staff, and I envision that position as somebody to take my position when I retire. And then the second position there is another maintenance worker. And the options down there I've listed, and I actually left off one bullet point, but it would be maintain current staffing levels like we are now. Hire one position, a program technician, or hire one position and then hire another maintenance worker as a shared position between Public Works and Stormwater, where in the summertime, they would work with Dustin and with that heavy load that he has with tourist season and management of trash on the beach. In the wintertime, roll over to Stormwater and help us with the work that we need to do on the island and everywhere else. It'd just be a split funded position. The fourth option would be just to obviously fund both positions. I didn't put that on here. So, any questions about that, or?
When are you retiring? If we're hiring your replacement already to get him trained.
Well, I would like to think, and maybe this, I would like to think it would take a little while to get somebody prepared, but I know Jerry's looking at it, and I haven't, to answer your question, I haven't set any particular date, but, it's not too early to get somebody ready to go.
You're talking about putting somebody in line, getting them familiar and conversant with our stormwater program and problems, challenges and all that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And to take in not only what I can provide in terms of what I know and what Jerry knows also, both of us, to try to spend some time with that new employee to bring him up to speed.
Well, you're gonna have to tell Jerry he just can't retire.
We talk about that every day. But, and
Is
this
that in lieu of
so-
doing work?
So, like you've alluded to before, a lot of these additional positions
Yeah.
end up being recurring costs. It's hard to, once you add, it's hard to take away. And not hard, but it typically doesn't necessarily work that way in most governmental agencies that I've been associated with. But in this case, that's the way I would look at it, would be not necessarily taking the stormwater department and making it that much larger over a long period of time. It could be just a transition period. And the ideal staffing level could be where it is now, depending on how much the council would want to contract out work versus bring it in-house and do it in-house. So it's a succession planning issue as much as anything. Plus, currently, when this is a good example is when I'm in the office now, which I have to be, Jerry is by himself, which is fine, except for there's safety issues associated with that as well, having two people out in the field. He's limited, and I would want to keep it that way for anybody. Doing certain jobs, you just don't want to do it solo. So this would provide some additional assistance with regard to that. So, any questions?
Let's take it piecemeal. The maintenance worker position, looking at that. Obviously, in the circumstances, if we're trying to find more ways of not supremely increasing our personnel cost too much, but we can demonstrate the need of someone needing to be able to do some of the the heavy lifting, so to speak. My personal opinion on this one, the option of splitting. There might be an opening in the planning department. But splitting the position with Public Works and giving them both the person they might possibly need, even though it is half the year and half the year. They try to use both departments work together pretty well, but they can't both complete their objectives if everybody's helping one department instead of the other. So having a split position right there would probably be the better option and still maintain some level of not exploding the budget.
I'd be good with that.
But, and to be clear on what I'm saying, the one person, if we do authorize Dustin department to get the equipment operator, his replacement maintenance worker would be the split position, is where I'm going with that.
That's the way I understood it.
Okay.
But thanks for clarifying.
I think at this point, it's an awful lot to take in,
Yeah.
considering the day, and we're gonna end up having to look at it, much more closely, I believe, and take a little step back and consider all the options at this point.
One of the concerns that I have is being left with a skill and experience gap should you decide to leave. And, you know, the stormwater program is a pretty complex program, and that's my concern that goes into it.
That's mine too. by the
Yeah,
way.
I would expect to put a guilt factor on top of you, that we hired you to run this program, and it was a 10-year program we hired you into. So we're not looking at you leaving anytime soon.
And to be completely honest, in lieu of that stormwater position, let's say, you know, Mr. Michaud exits and we don't have an exit strategy, we'll be relying on engineering at that time to be able to provide the technical advice and contract management, to make sure that everything's being done on the level. So just putting that out there, without him, the project fees will just go up. Not without him per se, that position, so.
Right.
So someone to fill in those shoes faster than us hiring someone and getting them to have 6 to 8 months to catch up, it's worth its weight in gold, in my opinion. And I know that it's been a long day, and we're thinking about things, but if it's gonna be another month and a week before we meet again on this, you know, we need to push through and make some decisions on this, so that we can give you all a better product without making so many amendments after that fact.
Just kind of what you, as a consensus, are kind of thinking, so I can put something in
And
there.
if the answer is absolutely no at this point, and we find extra money later on, we can add it back in. But, I mean, these are the decisions we need to know to produce a better budget for y'all to weigh in on. And there's been a lot of wait and see all day. So it's,
Yeah. So if I heard you correctly, if we hired one new position as the technician and shared position with DPW, that would be workable?
Is that one more
Your
time?
third bullet down?
Get a stormwater
Yeah.
technician and then share
That's correct,
another
yes, sir.
position.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
By my count here, so we've talked about 6 new positions overall.
I've got,
Well-
I've got 4, 2, 1,
4,
Yeah.
I think.
I've got 4 or 5,
Yeah. No, the
Because
only
we
one,
decided not to do the economic developer, right?
right?
And so there was
5
two
positions.
Yes, 5.
police
2
department.
police,
1 public works,
One public
Works.
and then
works.
2, we've
And-
discussed 2 for
and we
stormwater.
were discussing 2 storm.
Oh, I thought the one for public works was gonna be the shared one. I'm
Yeah, but
sorry.
we've discussed technically at this
Oh,
point
okay,
5,
okay.
but it would be a 4 total increase based on what we've just said.
Well, Public Works and Stormwater can work in conjunction with each other, but you can't take a police officer and put him on a fire truck, or a fire truck, put him in a fireman, put him in a police car. I don't know, looking at the total number is the way to go.
I was just answering the question.
Yeah,
I was just answering the question.
Oh, and
yeah.
I'm just,
I would
and I'm
sup-
just making a statement.
I would support the shared position at this point in time.
I can at this point.
Just the shared position or both positions?
Just the shared position.
Okay, I can go for that.
And a heavy load of guilt on John to make sure he stays in position for a
John.
while longer.
What's the likelihood of being able to utilize the existing staff in the off-season to try to train them up on the, as a technician style thing? Do you see any, I'm not trying to put you on the spot for, employment review, but I'm just saying, is there opportunity to share the load? If we don't do a technician, can we train a few people up in this and that, so there's a shared knowledge? Kind of like some cross-training?
There's a lot, the staff that are on board currently are excellent. My intention was with a paraprofessional position would be to hire somebody with hopefully an associate's degree.
I
That
understand.
had a little bit of engineering background, surveying background, things of that nature. I don't think we have those skill sets currently on
Right.
board.
But in lieu, some of the more field work side of everything, we can do some cross-training.
We're gonna make it work regardless.
Right, well, I understand that too.
Yeah,
but-
I mean, we'll make it happen, so. And I understand the constraints.
I'm good with the shared.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Any other comments, concerns, questions about the budget? Things y'all want to see? Tara's looking a little antsy.
I think that what I'll probably do is update the expense sheets. I'm not gonna have any revenues, but I can send out what an updated expense leads look like. That's really all I can do until I get something from the county, just so you can have an idea of what we've changed, and the pages that have the changes on them,
Yeah.
just so we have some communication by email, since we're not gonna have another meeting.
So you'll get those updates as soon as we get them out,
That would be good.
and then when the revenues come in, we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
Yeah.
That's good.
Because we've,
Nothing else? Any questions for any of the department heads while they're sitting here? I'll thank y'all very much for
No, no.
the trouble.
yeah. Thank you for all the details and patience answering the questions.
We're gonna go to a recess,
Yeah, recess until the 21st.
21st of April.
Yep.